Imagine dropping off to sleep in your tent, and days later, finding printed photos of your own face, taken inches away, while you never woke up. This is not a joke, and it did not stop at the campground. You think you would notice, right? You think if someone unzipped the door, stepped over your gear, knelt down next to your head, and raised a camera to your face, you would wake up. Most people do. Tonight, as you listen to this, you probably feel pretty safe. Maybe you are in your bedroom with the soft hum of the AC in the wall and the fridge cycling on and off down the hall. Maybe you are on your couch, screen glow hitting the ceiling, street lights leaking through the blinds. Your doors are locked. Your windows are latched. You are not in the middle of the woods. You are not alone in a tent. That is what he thought, too. He picked a popular state park with families in RVs, kids on bikes, a ranger station with cameras over the gate. He bought a cheap disposable film camera for fun, just to capture trees and waterfalls and his little campfire. Nothing about that weekend felt like the beginning of a horror story, until he dropped off his roll of film at a Walgreens. Until he came home, sat down at his kitchen table under the bright, ordinary kitchen light, and halfway through the stack of prints, found 2 photos he does not remember anyone taking. Both of them were of him. Both of them were inside his tent. Both of them were so close you could see the texture of his skin, the tiny crease in his eyelid, the way his mouth falls open when he sleeps. He was alone on that trip. Tonight, you are going to hear his story. Not a campfire urban legend, not a friend of a friend rumor. A first-person account from someone who went camping to escape people and discovered that at least one person was much more interested in him than he ever imagined. So get comfortable. Listen to the sounds around you for a second. The AC, the traffic outside, the little clicks and creaks of your own house settling. Then ask yourself one question before we start. If someone has already stood over you while you slept, how exactly do you think you would find out? I am writing this from a small 1-bedroom apartment in Portland, Oregon. The kitchen light is the only thing on. I left the living room dark on purpose, so it is just a square of shadow with the outline of the couch and the dead black rectangle of the TV. From where I sit at this cheap table, I can hear the refrigerator buzzing a little too loudly and the bedroom AC unit pushing out lukewarm air with a tired, constant hum. It is an ordinary night. I worked. I drove home. I microwaved leftovers. The only unusual thing about this moment is that I am finally forcing myself to type this out and send it to a horror channel on the internet. I am not sending this for entertainment. I just need someone to know why I cannot look at a printed photo of myself anymore. That probably sounds dramatic. I am not the kind of person who usually has stories like this. I am 32. I work in an office. I have decent health insurance and a beat-up car. My life is emails, meetings, grocery runs, the occasional drink with coworkers. For most of it, horror stayed on screens and in headphones while I did the dishes. Then, last September, I decided I wanted some quiet. If you have ever done the full-time office routine, you will recognize this. My days had started to smear together. Wake up to my phone alarm at 6:30, scroll through email with one eye open, shower, coffee, local news, muttering in the background. Then the drive, crawling along I-5, staring at brake lights, listening to a morning show host laugh at jokes that were not funny. The office was its own kind of low-level nightmare. Fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, The air conditioning sighed in the vents. The break room smelled like burned coffee and old microwave popcorn. My inbox was a wall of subject lines with little red flags. My boss had a habit of sliding up behind my chair, pretending to chat while his eyes flicked over my monitor. By Friday afternoons, everyone wanted noise. Bars, games, crowded restaurants. They would stand around my cubicle, planning which place had the best happy hour. I used to say yes. Lately, I just felt tired at the idea of shouting small talk over music while a TV played sports highlights over my head. What I wanted was silence, or at least a different kind of sound. Not the hum of computers and HVAC systems, but wind in trees, a river, birds. The kind of noise you get when you are somewhere, the nearest highway, is not a constant presence in the background. The algorithm figured it out before I did. One night, I opened YouTube, and my home page was full of people sleeping in the back of pickup trucks, cooking on little stoves under pine trees, spending 48 hours off-grid. Thumbnails of misty forests and orange tents under starry skies sat between music videos and late-night clips. I clicked one, then another, and fell into a hole of camping vlogs. They made it look simple. Park at a campsite. Unroll a sleeping bag. Boil water on a tiny stove. Sit in a camp chair with a beer while the sky turns from blue to black. No bosses, no inbox. I am not exactly outdoorsy, but I grew up in Oregon. I can follow a trail without getting lost immediately. The more of those videos I watched, the more a thought took shape. 2 nights, just me. Somewhere not too far from the city. A real campground, not the middle of nowhere. A state park. Drive in on Saturday, drive out on Monday, go back to work like nothing happened. One evening after work, I sat at this same table, opened my laptop, and typed state parks near Portland Campground into Google. A list of names popped up, but one caught my eye. Photos of moss, ferns, a river, wooden bridges. The website mentioned a campground with numbered sites, a ranger station at the entrance, flush toilets, even showers. The pictures showed picnic tables and tent pads and RV loops with minivans parked neatly in front of them. What convinced me was one line near the bottom of the page. Family-friendly campground, popular on weekends. Not hardcore wilderness, still safe. I picked a weekend in late September, clicked through the reservation system, and found an open site, Loop 3, Site 27. A few fields, a credit card number, and suddenly I had a confirmation email and a little PDF map with a red circle around where I was going to sleep. After that, it became a checklist. I opened the Notes app on my phone and typed tent, sleeping bag, cooler, camp stove, lantern, food. When I dug my old gear out of the hall closet, I realized how much of it was missing or broken. The cooler lid did not seal. Half my tent stakes were bent. My cheap headlamp refused to turn on. So I did the usual weekend pilgrimage. Fred Meyer first, under bright supermarket lights. I pushed a cart through aisles of cereal and cleaning supplies to the seasonal section and grabbed a cooler, a bag of ice, instant ramen, a pack of canned beer, a couple of lighters, paper towels. Then REI, because if you are going to pretend you are the kind of person who goes outside on purpose, you might as well do it surrounded by mannequins and hiking boots. I bought new tent stakes, a fuel canister, a headlamp that promised more lumens than I would ever need. At the counter, hanging on a peg above the gum, was a disposable film camera, yellow cardboard, plastic window, 27 exposures. The packaging had a picture of a couple by a campfire, faces frozen mid-laugh and harsh flash. It made me think of something from my childhood, before everything was digital. On impulse, I grabbed it. Just for fun, I thought, for that grainy retro vibe. Take a couple of shots of trees or whatever. The cashier rang it up without comment. Outside, in the parking lot, the sky had gone that flat metal color it gets before a Pacific Northwest drizzle. I loaded my new gear into the trunk, and for the first time in months, felt a clean line of anticipation cut through the sludge of my week. Back here in the present, in my too-bright kitchen, with the dark living room behind me, the reservation email is gone. The tent and cooler have been donated. The disposable camera is long dead. What I have left from that weekend fits inside a Walgreens envelope and a part of my brain that will not quiet down. If I had just stuck to my phone like a normal person, I would have never found out that someone was standing inches from my face while I slept. I left the city early on a Saturday, before the sun had decided what kind of day it wanted to be. The streets downtown were still half asleep. A few dog walkers, a couple of joggers in reflective gear, the usual cluster of cars at the drive-thru. I pulled into a Starbucks, let the warmth and the smell of burned espresso hit me for a second, then grabbed a large coffee and a breakfast sandwich and got back in the car. By the time I merged onto I-5, a thin layer of fog was hanging low over the road, blurring the tops of signs and softening the edges of the trees along the shoulder. The asphalt was still dark from overnight drizzle, just enough dampness to make every tire hiss. Green exit signs appeared out of the gray and slid overhead, wet and reflective. Semi-trucks rumbled in the right lane, trailers sending up little sprays of mist. SUVs with roof boxes and kids' silhouettes in the windows drifted past, carrying bikes and coolers toward somebody else's weekend. I settled into the left lane, one hand on the wheel, one wrapped around the too-hot paper cup. The radio played something mellow, the kind of soft rock station meant for dentists' offices and office workers who forgot to change the preset. For the first 20 minutes or so, I could feel the city still tugging at me. That nagging feeling that I had forgotten to answer an email, that I had left something on, that my phone was going to buzz with some last-minute crisis. Gradually, the exits got farther apart. The billboards advertising injury lawyers and fast food gave way to long stretches of trees and glimpses of fields. The coffee cooled. My shoulders dropped a little. I started to believe the weekend might actually be quiet. The turnoff for the state park came after one of those long, almost hypnotic stretches. A brown sign appeared on the right with the little white tent icon and an arrow. I slid onto the ramp, the sound under the tires changing from smooth highway hum to rougher, patched-up local road. The fog clung a little thicker among the trees here, beadlets of moisture collecting on the branches and spiderwebs. The ranger station sat just past the park entrance, a small wooden building tucked under tall pines. It looked like something out of a postcard. Weathered siding, a narrow porch, windows fogged around the edges. A simple check-in sign hung above the door. A strip of gravel out front served as a makeshift parking lot, and a metal gate arm blocked the main road further in. I parked and stepped out into air that smelled like wet earth and sap. Somewhere overhead, a crow called once and then went quiet. As I walked toward the door, a little metal wind chime hung from the edge of the porch clinked together lazily, moved by a breeze I could not really feel. Inside, the station was warm and close, heavy with the scents of coffee, damp wood, and photocopier toner. The fluorescent lights here were softer than the ones at my office, but they still buzzed quietly in the background. A small space heater ticked near the counter. On one wall, laminated maps and warnings were pinned up. Fire danger levels, bear safety tips, a faded missing hiker flyer that had curled slightly at the corners. Behind the counter, a man in his 50s looked up from a clipboard. He wore a green uniform shirt with a name patch and a pair of thin-frame glasses that had slid halfway down his nose. A steaming mug sat on the desk beside a crackling two-way radio. "Morning," he said. His voice had that rough, just-woke-up edge to it. "Checking in?" "Yeah," I said, pulling my phone out to show him the confirmation email. 2 nights. Reservation for Loop 3, Site 27. He adjusted his glasses and peered at the screen, then nodded and turned to a rack of paper maps. The radio at his elbow chirped twice, and a voice crackled through. "Unit 2, copy that. We're clear on Trailhead 3. He answered with a bored "copy," then thunked the handset back into its cradle. He spread the map on the counter, tracing a finger along the looping campground roads. I could see them printed in neat gray lines, forming clusters labeled Loop 1, Loop 2, Loop 3 around the bathhouse icon. "Here you are," he said, circling a spot near the edge of one loop with a yellow highlighter. "Loop 3, Site 27. You'll want to follow the main road past the first 2 loops, then hang a right. It's a back-in site, little bit closer to the tree line, little farther from the bathrooms. Some folks like the privacy." "That's fine," I said. "I'm just trying to get away from people a bit." He made a non-committal sound and capped the highlighter. As he slid the map toward me, he hesitated, then tapped a different part of the page near the park entrance. "Just a small thing," he said. "If you happen to see a silver sedan hanging around the parking areas and it looks like it doesn't belong, let us know. We've had some reports of weird behavior in the parking lot. Folks sleeping in their car, coming in after hours, that kind of thing." He said it lightly, almost in the same tone he had used about the bathrooms, but there was something tight around his eyes. "Teenagers?" I asked, half smiling. "Parties?" He shrugged, lips twitching like he wanted to smile back and couldn't quite manage it. "Could be. Could be somebody who just doesn't want to pay the nightly fee. Either way, if something feels off, just swing by here or hit the call box." "Sure," I said, taking the map. I was not about to let someone else's parking lot drama ruin the little fantasy I had built in my head. At that point, weird behavior translated in my mind to beer cans and loud music, not anything personally threatening. He slid a hang tag across the counter for me to loop over my rearview mirror, then wished me a good stay. As I stepped back out onto the porch, the wind chime rang again. 3 soft, random notes. The air was cooler now, fog hugging the ground in patches between tree trunks. I drove past the gate arm, which lifted automatically when I pulled up, and followed the narrow paved road as it wound into the campground proper. The forest seemed to lean in on both sides, trunks rising up like columns, canopy closing overhead. After a short stretch, the trees opened into the first loop. Loop 1 was already buzzing. RVs with awnings rolled out sat side by side, cords running to power boxes. Camp chairs were arranged in semicircles around fire rings, some already smoking. Kids on small bikes wove in and out between sites, their parents calling half-hearted warnings. Somewhere, a Bluetooth speaker was playing country music, thin guitar, and a voice twanging about trucks and heartbreak. As I crept along the one-way lane, I caught flashes of ordinary lives slotted temporarily into the woods. A man flipping pancakes on a camp stove, a woman brushing a little girl's hair, a dog tied to a tree, staring intently at a squirrel just out of reach. Loop 2 was similar, but slightly quieter. Fewer RVs, more tents. The smell of hot dogs and charcoal drifted through my open window. A teenager in a hoodie poked at a fire with a stick while staring down at his phone. Someone laughed too loudly at something I could not hear. Then the road curved again, and a wooden sign announced Loop 3. It felt different as soon as I turned in. Fewer sites were occupied. The trees seemed to press closer. There were still picnic tables and fire rings and numbered posts, but there were more empty spaces between them, little pockets of unused earth and undergrowth. I passed a single RV with its blinds half drawn and a small dome tent pitched beside it, then a couple of open sites where only the gravel parking pads and bare tent squares hinted at future campers. Site 27 was near the far end of the loop, close to where the pavement narrowed and disappeared into a maintenance road. A brown wooden post with the numbers stenciled in white marked the spot. The parking pad was a rectangle of packed gravel just big enough for my car. Beyond that, a flat dirt square for a tent, a metal fire ring, and a picnic table sat in a shallow clearing ringed by ferns and trunks. If I stood at the edge and looked back through the trees, I could see hints of other tents in the distance, splashes of blue or orange between the vertical lines of bark. But from where I parked, my little clearing felt tucked away. Removed, I could still hear the campground, the faint murmur of voices, a dog bark, a car door thudding shut. But it sounded filtered, like it was happening on the other side of a closed door. I killed the engine. The sudden absence of the car's noises made the chirping of birds and the gentle hiss of wind through needles sound almost loud. For a second, I just sat there, hands on the steering wheel, listening. Then I got out and started the familiar choreographed dance of setting up camp. The tent came out of the trunk as a messy bundle of fabric and poles. I shook it out over the dirt pad, the material whispering against itself as it unfurled. The aluminum poles clicked together with hollow metallic sounds. When I fed them through the sleeves and raised the structure, the fabric stretched and snapped into shape, a little saggy but upright. Driving the stakes into the corners, I felt the dull, satisfying thud of metal through soil and the slight give as they bit deep. The zipper made that long, serrated sound as I opened the tent door for the first time, letting the musty nylon smell drift out. I tossed in my sleeping bag, my pillow, my duffel. The little mundane impacts, the soft thump of gear hitting the floor, the crinkle of plastic wrappers, bounced around inside the thin walls. Outside, I unfolded my camp chair near the fire ring, its joints creaking, and set the cooler down with a heavy clunk beside the picnic table. The mini stove went up on the table, its metal legs scraping against the wood. I took the small lantern out of its box and hung it from a low branch over the table, testing its warm glow against the dimness under the trees. For a few minutes, there was nothing creepy about it at all. It was just me playing at being outdoorsman, arranging my little bubble of comfort at the edge of the forest. The sounds were ordinary. Birds, someone chopping wood a few sites over, the distant whoosh of a car on the main park road. Later, after I had finished fussing with the tent and thrown my trash in the bear-proof can up the road, I decided to walk the loop and see what my temporary neighborhood looked like. Loop 3 was a ring of variations on the same theme: tents, SUVs, an occasional small trailer. A couple sat under a tarp playing cards. An older man in a flannel shirt tended a fire, the wood popping softly. At one site, a teenage girl read a paperback in a hammock, swaying gently. Most people nodded or smiled when I passed. It was all sleepy, polite, unremarkable. The main campground parking lot sat just beyond the entrance to the loop, a wider rectangle of cracked pavement with white lines painted crookedly on it. It was the place where day hikers left their cars before hitting the trails, and where overflow vehicles from the campground ended up. I could see it through the gap in the trees, so I cut across the grass and stepped out onto the asphalt. There were half a dozen vehicles scattered there, a couple of family SUVs with bike racks, a pickup truck with mud splashed up the sides, a minivan with a baby on board, sticker fading in the back window, and, a little apart from the others, a silver sedan. It was older than the other cars, the kind of mid-2000s model that had lost any shine it once had. Dust streaked the sides. The windows looked a little darker than they should have, like an old tint job or just grime. There were no bumper stickers, no roof rack, nothing to say suburban family or weekend warrior. It sat at an angle in its space, not perfectly straight. As I walked past, I glanced over out of reflex, expecting an empty interior. Instead, I saw a man in the driver's seat. He had both hands resting lightly on the steering wheel, head tipped forward as if he was looking at something in his lap. For a second, I thought he was on his phone. His hair was cut short, dark with a few flecks of gray at the temples. A hood lay bunched around the back of his neck from a dark hoodie. Maybe he felt my eyes on him. Maybe it was coincidence. Either way, just as I was about to look away, because staring at strangers in parked cars is weird, he lifted his head. Our eyes met through the windshield. It was brief, only a few seconds at most, but in that time, I registered a few things very clearly. He was older than me by maybe 10 years. His face was unreadable, and he did not do any of the small social gestures people usually default to in that moment. He did not smile. He did not nod. He did not even frown. He just looked at me. Flat, direct, like he was trying to decide whether he recognized me or not, and was in no hurry to reach a conclusion. I felt a little flicker of embarrassment, caught rubbernecking, and dropped my gaze, continuing my circuit as if nothing had happened. In my head, I heard the ranger's voice again, casual but edged. A silver sedan. Weird behavior in the parking lot. At the time, I told myself I was being dramatic. People nap in their cars at parks all the time. People space out. Maybe he was just tired. Maybe he had been on the road all night. I walked back toward Loop 3, the gravel crunching under my shoes, the sound of kids laughing floating faintly through the trees. Behind me, the parking lot settled back into stillness, and the silver sedan stayed where it was, its windows a dark, unreadable sheen in the fog. By late afternoon, the campground had settled into that lazy golden hour rhythm where nobody was in a hurry to do anything. The fog had burned off, leaving slices of sunlight threading through the trees at an angle, dust and pollen drifting in the beams. My sight was almost completely in shade by then, the air cooler under the canopy. But if I walked a few steps out toward the loop road, I could feel the warmth on my face. Somewhere a kid laughed that high, uncontrollable laugh that only happens when they are completely overtired and happy. The smell of wood smoke drifted on the breeze, layered over with hot dogs and burgers and the faint chemical tang of lighter fluid. I set a small pot of water on my camp stove and listened to the burner catch with a soft whoomp, then settle into a steady hiss. The blue flame licked the bottom of the pot, condensation gathering on the metal lid. I grabbed a packet of ramen, cracked it open, and dumped the brick of dry noodles in, watching them slowly loosen and sink. A couple of cheap sausages went into a second pan, popping and spitting as the fat heated up. It was the kind of meal that would have tasted like cardboard at home, but out here, perched on a splintered picnic bench, with my legs aching pleasantly from walking and the smell of pine in my nose, it felt perfect. I cracked open a beer from the cooler, the can snapping with a crisp little hiss, and took a long drink. Cold, fizzy, a little too sweet. Somewhere behind me, on the far side of Loop 3, someone chopped wood, the thunk of the axe traveling clearly through the trees. A dog barked twice and was shushed. The country song from Loop 1 had switched to something else now, just a faint murmur of guitar and drawl at the edge of hearing. After I swallowed the last of the noodles straight from the pot and speared the last piece of sausage with a plastic fork, I dug the disposable camera out of my duffel. It felt almost toy-like in my hands. Light, all plastic edges and rounded corners. The viewfinder, a tiny cloudy rectangle. I wound the film with my thumb, listening to the rough, satisfying rrt as it advanced to the next frame. I started with the obvious shots. I pointed it up through the branches overhead, framing the jagged edges of the treetops against the pale, late-day sky. Click. The camera made that tiny, mechanical shutter sound, almost swallowed by the ambient noise of the campground. Then I turned it toward my hand resting on the beer can, condensation beads catching the light. Click. Toward my legs stretched out in front of me, boots propped on a fallen log, sock bunched around my ankles. Click. Each photo felt like a little stolen moment I could pin down. Proof later that I had actually done this, actually been here, and not just watched someone else do it on my phone. Feeling stupid, but committed to the bit, I held the camera out at arm's length, twisted my wrist to guess at the framing, and tried to take a selfie. I imagined, weeks from now, developing the photos and laughing at the way my head would be half cut off or my eyes mid-blink. It felt harmless, a small, private joke. The sun slipped lower, the gold turned to amber, then slowly thinned into gray. Shadows stretched between the trees, filling the spaces between sites. One by one, lanterns and string lights flicked on, warm halos around RV doors, little rings of light over tents. Fires grew bigger and more focused, orange mouths snapping and glowing. Voices rose with them at first, people calling for kids, clinking bottles, telling stories, and then, gradually, fell off again as the younger children were herded into sleeping bags, and the adults lowered theirs in response. By the time I washed my dishes at the spigot and walked back to my site, full dark had settled in. The campground did not go completely silent, but it shifted. The sounds changed shape. The constant human layer peeled away in strips until what remained was softer and stranger. The steady chorus of crickets, the rustle of something small moving through underbrush, the faint rush of wind against needles high overhead. Somewhere out beyond the loops, a car traveled along the park's main road, tires humming, engine fading in and out between trunks. If I really strained, I could sometimes hear the deeper, almost imagined rumble of highway traffic miles away, like a sea you could not see. Closer by, An RV's external air conditioner unit cycled on with a deep droning hum, a kind of mechanical sigh that, when I lay in my tent later, would blur into white noise. A screen door latched somewhere with a soft slap. A zipper rasped as someone sealed themselves into their nylon cocoon for the night. I sat in my camp chair a little longer than I needed to, watching the last glow drain from the sky behind the silhouettes of the trees. My lantern cast a pool of light over the table, turning the battered wood a warmer color than it really was. Beyond that circle, everything resolved into layers of gray and black. If I stared out too long, my brain started to invent shapes, figures between trunks, faces in the leaves. I told myself it was just darkness playing tricks, the same way it always had when I was a kid. Eventually, the chill crept in under my jacket, enough that I gave up and went into the tent. The air inside smelled faintly of plastic and the outdoors. Dirt, pine, the ghost of campfire smoke clinging to my clothes. The beam from my headlamp bounced off the walls as I crawled over my sleeping bag and dropped the extra gear into corners. When I reached for the zipper at the door, the little metal pull was cold between my fingers. The sound it made, zerb, was almost shockingly loud in the enclosed space as I dragged it up, teeth meshing, sealing myself in. For a moment, I just lay there on my back, staring up at the shadowy peak of the tent. Then I clicked the headlamp off and turned on the small flashlight I had brought, setting it on its end so it shone upward. The thin nylon lit up in a warm, diffuse yellow. From the outside, I knew. My tent would now look like a glowing egg, sitting in a pool of darkness. Inside, everything within that glow felt intimate and small. My sleeping bag, half unzipped. My duffel bag, slumped open like a deflated animal. My phone plugged into a power bank in the corner. The little charging icon pulsing on the black glass. Outside that circle of light, only darkness. A darkness that did not care that there were dozens of people within a 2-minute walk. It hit me more strongly in that moment than at any other point in the day. For all the talk of campground community, when you are zipped into a tent alone, you are alone. There is one layer of fabric, a few millimeters of synthetic weave between you and the entire rest of the world. If someone walked up and stood right outside, they would be only a breath away, and you might not know until they made a sound. I listened. Crickets. The dull background hum of that RV AC unit, steady as a heartbeat. A twig snapping somewhere far enough away that it did not mean anything. A car door closing with a distant thunk. Nothing that belonged specifically to my campsite. Nothing that said, here, now, at this exact spot, there is another person. After a while, my eyes grew heavy. The day, the drive, the hike, the low-grade adrenaline of newness all caught up with me. I slid into my sleeping bag, the material swishing softly as I pulled it up to my chest. The zipper of the bag whispered closed under my hand. Cocoon within cocoon. Before I killed the light, habit pulled my hand toward my phone. I picked it up, thumb waking the screen. No messages, no missed calls. A couple of app notifications I ignored. On a whim, I opened the photo gallery. I flicked through the shots from the day. The blurry selfie in my kitchen while packing. The gas station sign on the way out of town that I had sent to a friend with a joking caption. The picture of the ranger station, taken lazily through the windshield when I first pulled in. The trees, the trail, my feet up on the log at my campsite. They looked small and harmless in the palm of my hand. At the very end of the gallery, though, there was one more thumbnail I did not recognize. It was darker than the others, mostly gray and black. I tapped it. The image filled the screen. A vague, grainy view through glass, like a windshield mottled with faint drops of water or dirt. Beyond it, slightly out of focus, was the ranger station parking lot from earlier that morning. I could see the shape of the building, the outline of the porch, the muted glow of the interior lights. And there, near the center, but small, was me. I was standing at the counter inside, from what looked like a car's perspective pulled up at an angle outside. My head was turned toward the ranger, my profile caught mid-sentence. My own car was just visible at the edge of the frame. For a few seconds, I just stared at it, my tired brain trying to reorder events. I did not remember holding my phone up like that. I did not remember taking any photo from that angle. When I had arrived, I had driven straight up, parked, gone inside. The only picture I remembered taking of the station was the one from my seat, through the windshield, before I got out. And in that one, I was not in it. Maybe I hit the shutter by accident, I told myself. Maybe I set the phone down weird, and it took a shot. Maybe I had taken it when I was walking back to the car and just forgotten. The alternative, that someone else had taken it and it had ended up here, bumped the back of my mind like a dark shape in water, and I did not feel like staring too closely at it. It was probably me, I muttered into the empty tent, more to hear a human voice than because I believed it entirely. I must have bumped it or something. I backed out of the photo and closed the gallery, the image shrinking down to a little square among other little squares. Then I plugged the phone back into the power bank, laid it face down on my folded hoodie in the corner, and flipped the flashlight off. The yellow glow vanished. The tent walls dissolved into a uniform gray. Outside, the campground breathed and shifted and whispered like some huge sleeping creature. Wrapped in nylon and down, with my head a few inches from fabric and the cold night air just beyond it, I finally let my eyes close. If there were any other cameras pointed at me in that moment, I did not know it. Sometime in the middle of the night, I surfaced. It was not the clean kind of waking up, where you open your eyes and know exactly what time it is and where you are. It was the kind where your mind comes up first and your body stays heavy, pinned in place. I did not move. I did not open my eyes right away. I just became aware that I was no longer fully asleep. The first thing I registered was the cold. The air inside the tent had changed since I zipped it shut. It had that thin, sharp edge that finds every gap in your sleeping bag and settles into your bones. When I breathed out, I could hear the faintest wet whisper as my breath hit the inside of the nylon above me and condensed. If I opened my eyes, I knew I would see a darker patch overhead. Little beads of moisture gathering where my exhale had been hitting the same spot over and over. Outside, the campground had gone even quieter. The RV AC unit that had rumbled through my falling asleep process was off now. The TV that had been flickering faint laughter into the distance was gone. What was left was a thinner soundscape, stripped back. Crickets first, a high, constant chorus, like the static between stations on an old radio. Behind them, lower and more intermittent, the occasional chirp of some other insect, a click, a buzz. The wind brushed through the tops of the trees in slow breaths, too faint down at my level to feel on my skin, but loud enough to hear in the way the branches responded, a soft, dry shushing, as if the whole forest was rolling over in its sleep. Somewhere far away, maybe beyond the park boundary, a car moved along a road. The sound reached me as a distant, muted hum that grew for a few seconds, then faded, a barely there thread of civilization tying this patch of darkness to a larger world. Then as I lay there in the dark, with my eyes still closed, something shifted. It was subtle at first. The RV's AC didn't come back on. The cricket chorus didn't stop. But there was this sense of expectation, as if every ambient noise around me was taking a tiny breath in, waiting. The next sound came from much closer. The RV, wherever it was, cycled. I heard the faint click of its compressor shutting off. Then the hum wound down into nothing. The change was like someone turning down a fan in a quiet room. You don't notice the machine until it stops, and then the absence of it makes everything else feel sharper. For a few seconds after that, there was a very clear, ringing kind of silence. The crickets were still there, but my brain pushed them to the back. In that little pocket of stillness, the most prominent noise I could hear was the dull thump of my own heartbeat in my ears. I opened my eyes. The tent was darker now than when I had fallen asleep. No flashlight glow, no hints of other people's lanterns bleeding through the fabric, just a vague sense of space, the suggestion of the peak overhead, the faint, paler stripe where the door flap was, etched in shades of black and gray. I didn't move my head, afraid that any shift in the sleeping bag would make more noise than I wanted to claim. I lay there and listened. At first, there was nothing new to pick out. No voices, no footfalls, no branches snapping. Just the wind in the treetops, the muffled sea of insect noise. I started to wonder if maybe my body had dragged me awake for no reason at all, some leftover office panic running on a delay. Then from somewhere just beyond the edge of my sight, I heard gravel move. It was a small sound, but in that stripped-down soundscape, it might as well have been a shout. A grating crunch, a shift, the specific texture of shoe sole on the crushed rock of the campground road. It came in a short, deliberate burst. Step, pause, step. My body reacted before my brain did. Every muscle went taut. My breathing shortened. The world shrank until there was only that faint, irregular rhythm. Stones grinding under weight, then stillness, then grinding again. Whoever it was, they were not running or stumbling. They were walking slowly, their steps spaced out in a way that felt controlled. I told myself what anyone would tell themselves in that situation. Someone had to pee. Some guy in a neighboring site had woken up and realized he was too far from the bathrooms. Maybe he was cutting across the road to the trail. Maybe he was just pacing while he checked his phone, the way I had done 100 times outside my own apartment. It helped for about 3 seconds. Because more than the presence of footsteps, what started to bother me was the direction. The crunching wasn't fading down the road or veering clearly away. It felt like it was circling, drawing closer to where my car and tent were. A few steps, then a pause, long enough for my mind to fill with all the reasons that pause might exist. A few more, puncturing the quiet, bringing the source nearer. The urge to sit up, to drag the zipper down an inch and peek out, hit me hard. At the same time, another part of me wanted to burrow deeper into the sleeping bag and pretend I hadn't heard a thing. The thin fabric around me suddenly felt both like a shield and a target. If I moved, I would make noise. If I made noise, whoever was out there might stop pretending they didn't know I was here. I stayed still. The footsteps reached a point where I was almost sure they were level with my sight. I could picture the campground road, the little dip in the gravel where my tires had packed it down. The image of someone stopping right there, on the other side of a few feet of sparse trees and a picnic table, floated uninvited into my head. And then came the zipper. It was not my zipper. That is the important detail. The sound was the same kind of sound, the same kind of rasp, but it was not coming from the door flap 3 inches from my face. It came from somewhere outside, near, but not right on top of me. A long, sliding drag of metal teeth parting. And then, not the clean finish of it being pulled all the way, but an abrupt stop halfway through, followed by a limp little flutter as the pulled tab was released and fell back. For a split second, my brain mapped it as my own zipper. A phantom sensation prickled at the edge of my sleeping bag screen, like someone had brushed against it. Then logic caught up. I hadn't moved. My hand wasn't on the pull. The door beside me was still a slightly lighter vertical shape against the dark. So, whose zipper was that? In the dense quiet of the campground at that hour, sounds carried weirdly. There was no way to tell if it was 10 feet away or 30, at my sight or 2 over. But the texture of it, the hollow canvasy echo, the way it cut through the other noises, made me think of tents, not jackets or bags, of someone crouched over a doorway, fingers curled around metal, testing the opening. Zerp. Stop. Let go. The image of someone kneeling in front of an unlit tent in the dark, tugging the zipper just enough to make sure it was closed, or not closed, slid into my mind and refused to leave. I lay there motionless, my heartbeat pounding loud enough that I was sure it was audible outside. My mouth had gone dry. The rational part of my brain scrambled for explanations. Wind. Maybe a gust had hit just right and jostled the door of someone else's tent. Maybe the fabric had snagged and released. Maybe someone in loop 2 had decided they needed to get up and check on their kid, and the sound was riding the air strain up here. Except the night was barely breathing. The branches overhead moved in lazy sways, not sharp jerks, and I could not think of any tent site near me that was close enough for the zipper to sound quite like that. In the silence that followed, while I strained to hear if it would happen again, there was a tiny noise that, at first, I wasn't sure was real. A quick, soft exhale of air, almost like someone trying not to laugh. Not a full chuckle, not a cackle, just a short, involuntary puff of amusement through the nose. The kind of sound you make when you remember a joke at a bad time and clamp your mouth shut to keep it in. It came and went so fast that if I hadn't already been awake, already listening with every nerve buzzing, I would have missed it completely. Even hearing it, I couldn't be sure if it had come from outside, muffled by nylon and distance, or if it had originated inside my own skull. My brain filling in the blank after that zipper noise with the worst possible punctuation. I held my breath and waited for it again. For another footstep, another scrape of gravel, for the whisper of fabric moving inches from my face. Nothing. The crickets went on singing. The wind breathed. Somewhere, much farther away, a car rolled through the night, oblivious. Eventually, because the body can only stay that tense for so long, my muscles started to unclench. My heartbeat slowed enough that I could hear the rest of the world again. I told myself, firmly this time, that somebody had just left their tent or gone back into it, and my tired brain had turned an ordinary sound into something sinister. I did not entirely believe it, but I pulled the sleeping bag up a little higher over my shoulders, turned onto my side so that my back was toward the tent wall, and my face was toward the interior and stared at the faintly lighter patch that was the center of the ceiling until my vision blurred. The last thought I remember having before I fell asleep again was that thin, stupid one. That it was ridiculous to be this spooked in a crowded campground, that the fabric around me had been doing its job all day, and there was no reason to think it would suddenly fail now. Hours later, looking at those photos in my kitchen, I would replay that zipper sound over and over, wondering if that was the exact moment someone decided I slept through more than I should. Morning came, like someone had dropped a sheet of white over the world. When I finally unzipped the tent door, light flooded in so suddenly that I had to squint and lift a hand. The air that rushed inside was cold and clean, with that particular damp edge you only get in forests. Wet dirt, crushed needles, the faint sweetness of decaying leaves. My breath came out in little puffs I could see for a moment before they dissolved into the brightness. Outside, the campground looked different. The shapes were the same: trees, cars, tents, but everything felt flattened, washed over by a pale sky with no clear sun. The shadows from the day before had been pushed back, but they had not gone far. They lingered in the spaces between trunks, at the bases of bushes, under picnic tables. I stepped out in my socks and boots, the ground cold through the soles. The first thing I did, though I would not have admitted it, was stand still and listen. Nothing unusual. Someone nearby rattled a pan. A car door closed with a dull thud. Farther out, a child's voice rose and fell in a complaining sing-song before being cut off by an adult's answer. The same chorus of crickets I had fallen asleep to had thinned into a few isolated chirps. Birdsong had replaced them. Short, sharp calls. A trill here, a warble there. I could not attach any of those sounds to the half-formed fears from the night. I told myself that was a good sign. I walked a slow circle around my campsite, more to convince myself than to discover anything. The gravel where I had parked was a messy collage of prints. My tires, older tracks from other vehicles, boot treads overlapping in different directions. The dirt around the fire ring was scuffed, but mostly by my own feet from the night before. Between the tent pad and the picnic table, there were only the usual random marks of a place people have been. Nothing that looked like a deliberate footprint pointed at my door. It was easy, in the daylight, to tell myself the footsteps and that zipper sound had belonged to some other site. The forest is generous with illusions. Sounds travel in crooked lines. I decided I needed a bathroom more than I needed to obsess in circles, so I grabbed my toiletries bag, shrugged on a hoodie, and followed the paved loop road toward the bathhouse. It sat at the center of the campground like a squat concrete brain. Plain cinder block walls painted brown, a low roof, 2 doors with faded blue and red symbols. A yellowing sign announced restrooms in big block letters. A hand-lettered notice beneath it had been taped up: "Please do not wash dishes in sinks." The ink smeared from some forgotten rain. Inside, harsh neon light hit me in the face. The flicker made the room feel colder than it already was. The smell was a heavy mix of industrial cleaner, damp tile, and something more human and sour underneath that no amount of scrubbing ever completely erases. Stalls lined one wall. A row of sinks sat opposite, their metal basins scratched and stained from years of use. A vent fan up near the ceiling rattled with a steady, irritated whine, like a giant mosquito trapped behind the grate. The sound filled the space, bouncing off tile and echoing just enough to feel claustrophobic. At one of the sinks, A guy in a red flannel shirt and a baseball cap was brushing his teeth. A travel mug stood on the counter next to him, steam ghosting up from whatever was inside. He looked like the textbook version of guy on a camping trip. A little unshaven, eyes still puffy with sleep, but solidly there, part of the normal crowd. He caught my eye in the mirror and did that little upward nod people do when they are not quite awake enough for words. I nodded back, muttered a "morning," and got the same in return, his voice thick with toothpaste and sleep. It was such a mundane interaction, so completely in line with every campground morning I had ever imagined, that it smoothed some of the sharp edges off the night before. People were here, families, solo hikers, older couples in RVs. Not just me, and whatever my imagination wanted to throw at the nylon walls after midnight. I washed my face, the water so cold it was almost painful, and stared at myself under the merciless bathroom lights. I looked normal, a little pale, a little tired, but normal. Not like someone who had almost convinced himself that a random zipper noise meant he was being watched. On the walk back, the campground showed more signs of waking up. A woman crouched by a fire ring, coaxing last night's coals into new flame. A kid chased a dog between two sites, both of them skidding on the dew-slick grass. Someone somewhere flipped bacon on a skillet, the smell cutting through the cool air with a sharp, greasy tang. My sight looked smaller from a distance than it had from inside the tent. Just a car, a pile of fabric, a rectangle of dirt, completely unremarkable. Up close, one thing made me pause. Right next to the tent door, just off the edge of the footprint, where I'd been stepping in and out, the dirt looked wrong. Not dramatically. There was just a small, irregular patch where the thin film of dry dust had been pushed aside, exposing the darker, damp soil beneath. A little smear of mud stretched up onto the edge of the tent's bottom seam, like something had slid or pressed against it. I crouched down, staring. If it was a footprint, it was a bad one. No clear tread pattern, no neat outline of a heel and toe. It was more like someone had pivoted, grinding their weight in place, or had nudged the tent with the toe of their shoe. It could have been me. I knew that. I had gone in and out of the tent multiple times the evening before, and I had not exactly been watching where I put my feet every second. The ground was still damp from the night, and any drag of my boot could have left that mark, but it was close. Closer than my usual paths seemed to have taken me, nearly flush with where the door's zipper ran down. And something about the way the dirty streak climbed onto the fabric made my skin crawl in a way that had nothing to do with rational measurements. I stayed there longer than made sense, examining it from slightly different angles, as if one of them would suddenly resolve the mystery into a clear, harmless answer. It never did. It stayed a smudge, and almost nothing. Eventually, I straightened up and told myself, firmly, that it was not healthy to obsess over a bit of dirt. I kicked at a root, laced my boots tighter, and decided that if I kept hovering around the tent looking for ghosts, I would ruin the rest of the trip for myself. I needed to move, to see something other than my own campsite and the inside of a restroom. The ranger station map had shown a short trail branching off from near Loop 3, a little loop that wound through the forest, maybe an hour round trip. It seemed like a good way to shake the lingering unease off. I filled a water bottle, tossed a granola bar and a bag of trail mix into my day pack, and dropped the disposable camera into the front pocket. The plastic felt familiar in my hand now, When I pulled it out, the texture of the ridges where my thumb had wound the film already beginning to smooth. The trailhead was marked by a simple wooden post and a small sign, River View Loop, 1.2 mi. The path beyond it was a narrow strip of bare earth, worn into the undergrowth by countless boots. As soon as I stepped onto it, the campground sounds, clanking pots, car doors, human voices, thinned out and were replaced by something older, more indifferent. The forest closed around me in a different way than it had around the loop road. The trees were closer, trunks rising straight and tall, their bark damp and dark. Moss climbed them in shaggy rugs. Ferns crowded the ground, their fronds brushing my calves. The air was cooler here, heavy with the smell of water, even before I heard it. As I walked, I stopped occasionally to raise the camera. A patch of sunlight pierced the canopy and turned a cluster of leaves, almost translucent. I framed them and clicked. A fallen log lay across the trail, coated in soft green moss like velvet. I stepped back, angled the camera, clicked. Little details that, for a while, pushed the restless parts of my brain aside. At one bend, the trees opened up just enough to offer a view down a slope to a narrow thread of river. It flashed silver where it slipped between rocks, noise faint but constant, a distant shh that mixed with the whispers of the leaves overhead. I didn't bother taking a picture of that. It felt like the kind of thing a disposable camera would not do justice to. Farther along, I found a spot that seemed tailor-made for a cliché photo. A flat rock just off the path, facing into a stand of straight, evenly spaced trunks. Between them, the forest stretched back in layers of green and brown, the light dappling the ground in coin-sized patches. On a stupid impulse, I decided to take a picture of myself. I set the camera down on the rock, propping it carefully with a wedge of moss so it pointed slightly upward. I had no timer to work with, no preview screen to check the angle. I just guessed at what it would see and walked a few paces down the trail, turning my back to it. I stood there for a second, facing the rows of trees, pretending I was in one of those serene Instagram shots people post with captions about resetting and connecting with nature. Then I turned my head over my shoulder toward the vague area where I thought the lens was and started walking back. The camera made its little click as I reached for it, the shutter tripped by my finger dipping down. I picked it up, thumbed the wheel, and slid it back into the pocket of my pack. I did not see the picture then, of course. It was film. It would be days before any of those moments came back to me on paper. But later, sitting at my kitchen table with the Walgreens envelope open, I would hold that particular photo up to the light and look past my own figure in the foreground, my back, my shoulders under the hoodie, the tilt of my head. I would let my eyes travel deeper into the printed forest, between two trunks that were just slightly farther apart than the rest, to a vertical shape that was darker than the shadows around it. Not much darker, not enough to scream person at first glance, just a straight, vertical column that did not quite break like bark, that did not have the right ridges, that seemed to have a curve at the top where a tree should not. At the time I took the photo, of course, I noticed nothing. I saw only trees and light and the familiar flicker of self-consciousness that comes from standing alone with your back to your own camera. I remember glancing once into the depths of the woods beyond, searching automatically for movement, a deer, a bird, another hiker, and seeing nothing that my brain flagged as unusual. Just trees, I had thought, and gone on walking, my boots cracking the occasional twig, the forest closing behind me as easily as if I had never been there at all. By the time I made it back to my campsite that afternoon, the light had started to slide toward evening again. The trail had done its job in the moment. My legs were pleasantly tired. My lungs felt cleaner. But as soon as I stepped back into the loop, the familiar layout of tents and cars and picnic tables snapped my brain back into its previous groove. It was like returning to a paused scene. Only a few props had moved. Some of the families that had been there the night before were packing up. A minivan I remembered from Loop 2 sat with its rear hatch open, the inside a chaos of sleeping bags and coolers. A man in a faded college t-shirt hoisted a plastic bin into the back, while a woman tried to wrestle a toddler into a car seat. The toddler shrieked and went boneless, sliding dramatically toward the gravel. Somewhere else, a camp chair collapsed with a metallic clack and a muttered curse. The soundtrack of late afternoon teardown carried around the curve of Loop 3, the hollow slam of trunk lids, the zip of gear bags, the low murmur of parents negotiating with tired kids. It made the whole place feel in between, no longer fully in the relaxed middle of the trip, not yet in the resigned drive home. People were half rooted, half already gone. My own sight sat in a little pocket of relative calm. The tent waited where I had left it, sagging slightly at one corner where the ground had shifted under a stake. My cooler was exactly where I had set it by the table, beads of condensation still clinging to its sides. For a moment, I let myself feel grateful for that sameness. Nothing had been obviously disturbed. No raccoons had pried anything open. No strangers had decided my cooler looked like a free buffet. I fired up the stove again, the hiss and click of it weirdly comforting now, and threw together another simple dinner. Different noodles, different processed meat, same experience. The sun slipped lower behind the trees, putting my sight in shadow earlier than some of the others. I watched strips of light withdraw up the trunks, leaving the lower forest in a bluish dim. As I ate, my eyes wandered, half out of habit, half out of that nosy curiosity that comes with temporary neighborhoods. Through a gap in the trees just beyond my sight, I could see across to the opposite edge of the loop. The night before, a green tent had been pitched there, a bright dome that glowed like a lantern long after most of the other lights had gone out. I had noticed it when I walked back from the restrooms, a lone little planet of yellow-green lampe light in the dark. Now, the space was empty. No tent, no car, no chairs. The bare earth of the tent pad looked only slightly more worn than the patches around it, as if whatever had been there had been neatly and efficiently removed. If I had not seen the tent the night before, I might have assumed the site had been vacant all weekend. There was nothing inherently strange about that. Lots of people come for a single night. Maybe they had an early start, or kids' sports games to get back to, or a long drive ahead. But combined with the late burning light and my own memories of standing in my tent listening to footsteps that might have been going nowhere in particular, it made me linger on that empty patch of dirt longer than it deserved. They went home, I told myself under my breath, as if the act of speaking it aloud could lock the explanation into place. That's all. By the time I finished eating and cleaning up, the sounds of other departures had dwindled. A last car pulled away from Loop 2, tires crunching on the gravel. then merged onto the park road and was gone. The sites that remained occupied settled in for a quieter night. The second sunset felt different from the first. The novelty had worn off. The edges of my awareness were frayed by the poor sleep and the half-remembered sounds from the night before. The same forest, the same campground, now carried faint outlines overlaid from my own imagination. A smear of dirt by the tent, a zipper that might not have been mine, a silver sedan and its driver's flat stare. I built a small fire in my ring, more out of obligation than desire. The flames licked at the dry wood, popping now and then, but my mind kept drifting. I checked my phone and saw the time without really taking it in. I scrolled through messages that were just memes and logistics. My fingers started to go cold. Eventually, I kicked dirt over the fire until it collapsed into a red-eyed heap of coals and a thin ribbon of smoke. By the time I crawled back into the tent for my second night, the campground had emptied out emotionally as well as physically. Fewer voices carried through the trees. No TVs were still playing. The RV AC that had been my accidental white noise machine the night before stayed silent. I guessed they had left too. Somewhere, a single owl called once and then held its peace. Inside the tent, my sleeping bag felt both more familiar and somehow less safe. I repeated my earlier routine because that is how humans try to anchor themselves. I arranged my duffel in the same corner. I checked the zipper twice to make sure it was all the way down at the bottom and all the way up at the top, as if the right configuration could do more than keep out drafts. I turned my flashlight on and balanced it so the beam flared up and made the nylon glow gold. Outside, a nearby fire crackled in slow, soft bursts. I could hear someone's murmur over it, low enough that I could not make out the words, just the rhythm. Another sight was still awake. I was not completely alone. The comfort lasted until my eyelids started to droop. At some point, lying on my back with the sleeping bag zipped up to my chest, I let the flashlight run down into a softer halo and then switched it off entirely. The darkness in the tent wasn't absolute. Starlight, or some distant campground light, bled in enough to let me see the faint outline of the ceiling. But it was thick enough that I could imagine almost anything beyond the walls. The fire in the neighboring site popped one last time, a gentle crackle, then died down. The voices there faded with it. The insect chorus came forward again to take their place. I hovered in that strange space between wakefulness and sleep, where your thoughts start to loosen and drift, but your awareness is still close enough to the surface to catch every unexpected sound. That was why, when it came, the noise landed so hard. A faint, dry rip right above my head. Not loud, not dramatic, just a thin, irregular rustling, like something brushing against the outside of the tent's roof. It started with a single stroke and then continued, a slow, dragging contact that moved across a patch about the size of my palm. It made the fabric sag a fraction of an inch, just enough that I could see the shift as a darker ripple in the gray above me. The first thought that flashed through my mind was something mundane, a cone, a small branch, a squirrel. The next thought shoved it aside with a cold hand. Fingers. The sound stopped as abruptly as it began. In the tiny vacuum that followed, my hearing strained outward. That was when the stone spoke again. A skitter of gravel, close this time, just beyond the footprint of the tent. It sounded like someone taking 2 or 3 quick backward steps, the grit sliding under their heels as they moved away. Every hair on my body seemed to stand up at once. My hand shot toward my flashlight before I could second-guess myself. The plastic felt slick in my grip. I fumbled the button once, then found it, and a beam of hard white light exploded inside the tent. I aimed it up first, instinctively, at the place where the sound had come from. The fabric above me glowed, pale and featureless. Nothing pushed inward. No shadow of a hand, no silhouette of a face. Just the familiar faint outline of the tent pole, and beyond that, the suggestion of branches. The light made subtlest of those into something sharper. The overlapping shapes of leaves and twigs cast spider-leg lines across the nylon. If you stared at them long enough, you could make them into whatever you wanted. A figure leaning, a head cocked, an arm extended. My heart hammered against my ribs, begging for an enemy to match the panic. The flashlight gave me only shapes I could explain away. I swung the beam toward the door, then the corners, then down at myself, as if expecting to see some mark that proved something had just been inches away. The tent, under that clinical light, looked mundane and almost silly. A few smudges of dirt where my hands had been, a stray pine needle clinging to one seam. I clicked the flashlight off and back on again, as if the problem might be with my eyes. Both times, the scene remained stubbornly ordinary. Outside, the night resumed its previous pattern. Crickets, the far-off hush of the river. Nothing that indicated someone had been standing so close to my head that they could reach up and brush the roof. Eventually, because holding that tight coil of fear becomes unbearable, I forced myself to turn the light off and leave it off. The darkness dropped over me like a blanket. I lay still, eyes open, ears straining, for what felt like an hour. Sleep caught me in a ragged, unsatisfying way, not because I felt safe, but because exhaustion outran anxiety. The next morning, I realized how many things from that night I had decided not to store in my conscious mind. How many little sounds and impressions I had filed under "deal with later." Later came sooner than I expected. I drove down to the ranger station after breakfast to buy a bag of ice for the cooler. The fog was back in thin ribbons over the road, and the wind chime on the porch clinked as it had the day before. As I approached, I saw the ranger from check-in standing outside with a young couple and their 2 kids. They had the sleepy, wrinkled look of people who had broken camp earlier than their bodies wanted to. "If you see the silver sedan again, call this number," the ranger was saying, handing the man a small card. "He's not supposed to be staying overnight here." The words snagged in my brain like a hook. The silver sedan. The one in the parking lot yesterday, with the man who had stared through the windshield. The one the ranger had casually mentioned when I checked in. The one that, suddenly, felt very present in the gaps between my tent and the trees. I tried to look like I was not listening as I climbed the steps. The kids trailed past me, one dragging a stuffed animal by the arm. The couple thanked the ranger and headed toward their SUV. The ranger turned and saw me, recognition flickering. "Hey there," he said, shifting his weight. "Loop 3, right? 27? "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded thinner than I meant it to. He studied me for a second, and then, in that same bouncy offhand tone he'd used before, asked, "You sleeping all right up there on Loop 3, 27? It was such a simple question. It had such an obvious, easy answer. In the space of a heartbeat, I saw both versions of it in my head. The truth? Not really. I heard footsteps, and zippers, and something overhead. I'm starting to think about the car you warned me about, and the fact that there was a tent that burned late last night and is gone now. The answer I gave, a quick little huff of a laugh, a shrug, yeah, fine. He nodded, apparently satisfied, and moved past me into the station. I stood there on the porch for a moment longer than necessary, the bag of ice slipping in my fingers. As I walked back toward my car with the ice over my shoulder, the pieces locked into place in a way they hadn't before. The muffled crunch of gravel, the zipper that wasn't mine, the smear of dirt by my door, the missing green tent through the trees, the man in the silver sedan, the fact that he was not supposed to be staying overnight. It was the first time I allowed myself to think, clearly, that maybe all of those things were threads in the same pattern. By mid-morning on that second full day, I had managed to convince myself that what I needed was not to leave, but to reset. That is how you talk yourself into staying in places you are not sure about. You rebrand fear as restlessness. You tell yourself that if you get out, drive around, do something normal, the weird edges will sand down on their own. My cooler was already sweating more water than ice. I was running low on snacks and coffee. Those were excuses, but they were also technically true. So I told myself I was only going to run a quick errand. The road out of the campground looked different in daylight now that I had 2 nights of half sleep behind me. The same trees, the same bends, but my brain was cataloging more details. That was the tree with the split trunk. That was the dip where my stomach had done that little flip on the way in. That was the patch where the fog had seemed thickest. I drove with the windows cracked just enough to let the cool air in. It smelled like wet bark and distant smoke. The sky was a washed-out white, the kind that suggests rain without promising it. The radio in my car was off. I did not really feel like listening to anyone else's voice for a while. A few miles down, the forest thinned a bit. Signs started to appear again. White speed limit markers, a green board saying the name of a town I had never actually visited despite living near it my whole life. The road straightened. The speed limit climbed. By the time the first gas station appeared, with its faded canopy and row of tired pumps, it felt like I had stepped halfway back into the world I recognized. I pulled in and parked next to a pump out of habit, even though I had more than half a tank left. The smell of gasoline hit me as soon as I opened the door, sharp and familiar, mixing with the greasy scent of fried food drifting from somewhere inside. The soundscape here was different from the campground. Distant traffic hum, the soft ding of the convenience store door sensor, the faint buzz of a fluorescent light that had seen better days. Inside, the air was colder than outside, conditioned to an almost sterile chill. The place was laid out like every gas station everywhere. Rows of snacks, a wall of refrigerated drinks, a counter cluttered with impulse buy items. My boots squeaked slightly on the linoleum. I wandered the aisles, grabbing things without really thinking. A big bottle of water, a couple of smaller ones, 2 bags of chips, a few protein bars. I stopped at the coffee station. Industrial urns, stacks of paper cups, a carousel of powdered creamers no one should ever put in their bodies, and poured something dark and burnt-smelling into a cup, more for the comfort of holding it warm in my hands than for the taste. The cashier, a woman in her 20s with earbuds in and a name tag that said Kayla, barely glanced at me as she scanned my haul. Behind her, a small TV on mute showed a weather forecast, animated clouds drifting over a cartoon version of the state. I tapped my card, heard the beep, took my change. For 10 minutes, I was just another tired person in a gas station on a Sunday morning, buying junk and bad coffee. Nobody stared at me. Nobody asked if I was sleeping all right. Nobody mentioned silver sedans. When I walked back out into the gray light and the gasoline smell, I almost felt silly for how tense I had been. The feeling held all the way back to the park entrance. The road curved, the trees closed in, and the little brown State Park sign appeared, welcoming and neutral. I turned in, past the ranger station, the porch empty this time, the wind chime still, and drove deeper toward the campground. Before I reached the loops, there was a side road leading to a trailhead parking lot. I remembered seeing it on the map. The sign out front listed the trail names and distances. A few cars were already there, clumped together near the information board. A couple of SUVs, a Subaru with a roof box, a pickup with a kayak strapped in back. And, at the far end, slightly angled away from the others, was the silver sedan. Even before I registered the color and make, something in my stomach tightened. It was the posture of the car. Everything else sat straight in its space, front wheels lined up with the faded white lines. The sedan had its nose slightly past its slot, like it had pulled in too far and stopped abruptly. The paint looked dull under the overcast sky, a film of dust softening the reflections. The windows were dark, not blackout tint dark, just enough that the inside felt shadowed. From where I slowed on the main road, I could see that none of the usual day pass slips were tucked under the windshield wiper. Every other car had a little square of paper or a hanging tag swinging from the rearview mirror, bright splashes of color. The sedan's dashboard was bare. I told myself that did not necessarily mean anything. Maybe he had his pass on the dash, and I just could not see it. Maybe he had paid online. Not everybody followed rules the same way. I turned into the lot anyway. Part of me wanted to just drive past, pretend I had not noticed. Another part decided that if I was going to be paranoid, I should at least be accurate about what I was afraid of. I parked 3 spaces away from him, leaving a buffer of empty asphalt between us. It felt ridiculous, like a high schooler choosing a desk 3 rows down from someone he had a crush on and did not want to admit it. As I killed the engine, the absence of my car's noise made the quiet of the lot suddenly obvious. The sounds here were small but clear. Wind threading through nearby branches, the distant rush of the river, the faint slap of a car door closing on the far side of the lot as a family headed toward the trail. Somewhere, unseen, a bird screamed its one-note call over and over, insistent. I got out, waited a beat for the world to do something, then walked to the back of my car and opened the trunk. It was an excuse to stand there with my back half turned as I looked over my shoulder, checking my pack, rearranging things that did not need rearranging. That was when I properly saw him. Through the rear window of my own car, reflected in the glass and beyond it, I could see the sedan's windshield. The man inside sat in the driver's seat, the same general outline I remembered from the first time. Late 30s or early 40s, hair cut short but not freshly, the beginnings of a receding hairline, a dark hoodie pulling the edges of his shoulders into a curved silhouette. His hands were on the steering wheel, not gripping it, just resting there in the default 10 and 2 pose of someone who had nowhere in particular to be. His head was not tipped down at a phone this time. It was up. His face was pointed directly at me. There is a kind of looking people do when they are simply aware of others around them. A quick flick of the eyes, a measuring glance, a polite half-smile before they returned to their own world. This was not that. He was not catching sight of me and looking away. He was already looking when I looked over. It felt less like we had collided in each other's field of vision, and more like I had finally turned around to face something that had been there for a while. I tried to tell myself he could be staring through me, lost in thought, the way people sometimes fix their gaze on nothing in particular. But even from that distance, filtered through 2 layers of glass, I felt the weight of his eyes locked to mine. He did not move. He did not blink in any way I could perceive. He did not reach for his phone, or a cup, or the ignition. He just watched. The small noises of the lot suddenly seemed too loud. A car far behind me backed out, its tires grinding over the gravel at the edges of the asphalt. Somewhere, a door slammed and a child laughed. The wind lifted and made the plastic trash bag in the bin by the trailhead sign flap against its rim. The silver sedan made no sound at all. Its engine was off. No indicator lights blinked. Even the slight rocking motion cars sometimes have, their suspensions responding to a person shifting inside, was absent. If not for the man and his eyes, it could have been an abandoned stump of metal. Heat crawled up the back of my neck, the way it does when you suddenly become sure someone is behind you. I bent deeper into the trunk than I needed to, rearranging the same bag twice, just to break the line of sight for a second. It did not help much. I could still feel him existing on the edge of my awareness, like a pressure. I told myself I was being ridiculous. People look. Maybe he thought I was the strange one, loitering by my trunk instead of just walking away. Maybe he was waiting for someone. Maybe he was deciding whether to flag down a ranger and ask a question. There were a dozen explanations that did not end in stalking or violence. My hand brushed against the disposable camera in my pack. I had the absurd impulse to pull it out and take a picture of him. Some part of me thought, if I catch him on film, then he is real. If he is real, he can be dealt with. I did not do it. I did not want to raise anything that looked like a device to my face in front of a man who was already watching me that closely. Instead, I grabbed my newly bought water bottle and shut the trunk a little harder than I needed to. The bang echoed off the trees. If he flinched, I did not see it. I walked back around to the driver's side, my steps deliberate, trying not to look like I was hurrying. As I opened my door, I let my eyes flick toward the sedan. He was still there, still facing forward. In that brief side view, I noticed the passenger seat for the first time. On it lay a canvas bag, the kind photographers use, a neutral color, stained darker in places, sagging with weight. The flap was half closed, a black strap threaded through a metal ring. Next to it, resting up against the seat back, was a rectangular black case. Not very big, not something you would put a laptop in, more like the size of a hard camera case, a ridiculous amount of detail for just a glance. That is how your brain works when it is feeding a fear. It scans and records like a lens, grabbing everything it can. I got in my car, shut the door, and suddenly the world was reduced to the interior sounds. The soft creak of the seat, the tiny tick of the cooling engine, my own breathing. My fingers slipped slightly on the keys before I managed to fit them in the ignition. The engine turned over and caught with a comforting rumble. As I shifted into reverse and started to back out, I could not stop myself from looking one more time. Through my side window, across the space between our vehicles, our eyes met again. His expression had not changed. No curiosity, No irritation, no embarrassment at being caught staring. Just that same flat, assessing look. I pulled out of the space and turned toward the road. The gravel crackled under my tires as I eased back onto the main park lane. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, the silver sedan was still there at the end of the lot, motionless. The man inside a dark figure behind the glass, the canvas bag, and the little black case sitting patiently beside him. I told myself I was not leaving the park because of one guy in a car. That was the story I chose. Not that I was spooked, not that his eyes had slid over me like a scanner. Just that I did not drive all the way out here and pay for a campsite to spend the rest of the day sitting in my car, staring back at some stranger in a sedan. I came here to hike anyway, I muttered to myself. Like saying it out loud would overwrite the real reason I wanted to put as much distance as possible between myself and that parking lot. There were other trailheads besides the one near the lot where he was parked. The map the ranger had given me showed a longer loop, starting just past Loop 3, winding up to a viewpoint over the valley and then coming back down on the far side. 3, maybe 4 miles. Enough to eat a couple of hours and tire me out enough, I hoped, to sleep through any weird sounds that night. Back at my site, I grabbed my day pack again. Water bottle, granola bars, the disposable camera, which I slipped into the outer pocket like it was a talisman. I checked the tent stakes one more time for no reason beyond the need to touch something solid, then headed for the trailhead. The entrance to this path was quieter than the one by the big parking lot. No crowds consulting the map. No kids arguing about which direction to go. Just a narrow break in the ferns beside a small wooden post with the trail's name burned into it. The dirt at the beginning was compacted and worn, but as soon as I stepped onto it, the sense of being in campground territory dropped away. Underfoot, the ground was a mix of packed soil and a layer of dry leaves, their edges curled and brittle. My boots made a soft, steady crunch with each step. In places, roots braided across the path, slick with moss where the light did not reach. Every few yards, a twig snapped or rolled under my sole with a sharp breaking sound that echoed louder than it deserved in the stillness. Above me, birds traded notes across the canopy. I could not see most of them, just hear snatches of conversation. A quick chirp, a descending trill, a harsh scold. Somewhere off to my left, hidden behind a curtain of undergrowth, water was moving. Not the big, roaring kind of river sound, but a quieter music. A creek working its way over rocks, interrupted, redirected, never completely silenced. The air was cooler here, the temperature dropping a few degrees for every 100 feet I walked away from the road. It smelled older. Layers of decomposing leaves and bark and whatever else had fallen and been swallowed up over years. The kind of smell you do not notice until you get a hint of exhaust or asphalt and realize how absent those things are here. Every so often, the forest reminded me I was not the only human on the trail. A couple came down the path toward me at one point, hiking poles clicking against stones. The woman wore a bright blue jacket that looked almost neon against the greens and browns. The man had a small backpack and the satisfied, slightly sweaty look of someone headed back toward lunch. "Hi," he said as we passed. "Hey, how's it going?" the woman added, breath puffing visibly in the cooler air. "Good," I answered automatically, letting a half smile appear on my face. "Nice day." They agreed and kept going, their footsteps fading behind me. That kind of interaction had always felt meaningless before. Some script everyone agreed to follow on the trail. Now, it grounded me. People. Normal ones. With poles and jackets and destinations that did not involve watching strangers in parked cars. Farther up, a solo hiker in a beanie and headphones nodded once as he slipped past, barely breaking his pace. He smelled faintly of some clean, synthetic laundry detergent as he brushed by. They were gone quickly, each into their own stretch of forest, leaving me alone again with the sounds of my own progress. The forest absorbed everything fast. 10 seconds after a person disappeared from view, it was like they had never been there at all. I took the camera out a few times when something caught my eye. A sharp bend in the trail where the path curved around a boulder carpeted with moss. The way sunlight pushed through a break in the canopy and illuminated one particular trunk, its bark peeling in long strips like an old sunburn. A cluster of mushrooms, pale and fragile, sitting in the damp shadow of a log. I framed them as best I could, squinting through the tiny viewfinder, thumb winding the film with that now familiar word before each shot. Click. The sound was still so small, less a snap than a suggestion of one. But each time I pressed the shutter, the act felt louder than it should have, like I was putting a pin into the day, marking it. The trail climbed in slow, looping switchbacks. My breathing grew heavier, my legs burning in a way I knew would feel good later and annoying the next morning. Sweat collected under my backpack straps and at the base of my neck. I pulled in deep breaths of the cool air and tried to focus on the simple mechanics of moving one foot, then the other. Eventually, the trees thinned. The path broadened and the underbrush fell away, leaving a small clearing with a big flat rock at its edge. Beyond that, the land dropped off into a valley. I could see the tops of trees cascading down the slope in waves of green, broken only occasionally by a stripe of bare rock or a glint of water as the creek widened and turned. In the distance, on the far side, the faint line of the highway cut through, tiny ant cars crawling along it. It was the kind of viewpoint people take 1,000 photos of. I told myself I only had 27 exposures, that I should not waste them, and then I pulled out the camera anyway. I took a straightforward shot first, holding the camera to my eye and framing the valley, the rock, the sky. Click. The cheap plastic body felt incongruous with the depth of what I was trying to capture. Then some part of me, maybe the part that had watched too many solo travel videos, decided I needed to be in one of the pictures. Proof that I had not just stolen stock images off the internet and tucked them into my own story later. The camera did not have a timer, not really. There was no digital countdown, no beep. But it did have a shutter button, and I had a rough sense of how long it would take me to move a few steps. I set it down on the flattest part of the rock, aiming the lens toward the edge where the clearing met the drop. I propped the body up slightly with a small stone so it would not be pointing at my knees. Then I pressed halfway down on the shutter until I felt the resistance, let go, and pressed fully, quickly, as I moved away. It was a stupid hack, relying on the slight delay between movement and rest. I walked to the edge of the viewpoint, turned my back to the camera, and spread my arms a little in what I imagined was a freedom in nature pose, facing the valley. I stood like that for a heartbeat, feeling both ridiculous and strangely exposed. Then I turned back, retracing my steps to the rock. The camera lay where I had placed it, plastic body steady, lens calmly pointed. I picked it up, rolled the film forward, hurt, and slid it back into the pocket of my pack. That was when I saw them. 2 cigarette butts lay in the dust right next to where the camera had been. Not buried, not weathered, fresh. The paper was still mostly white, brown at the burned ends. The filters were only slightly crushed, as if they had been flipped or dropped, not ground under heel. A delicate ring of ash clung to one, a tiny gray collar around its neck. The air around them held the faint, stale tang of smoke. My brain did the time math before I could stop it. I had not seen anyone else on this section of trail for at least 20 minutes before reaching the viewpoint. No voices, no footfalls, no flash of jackets through the trees. There had been no one at the clearing when I arrived. I had walked into an empty space, laid a camera down, turned my back to the forest. The butts were not half buried under footprints. They were not damp or swollen the way they would be after a night on the ground. The ash had not fallen away, blown, or crumbled. Whoever had smoked them had done so recently. Maybe while looking at the same valley. Maybe while standing exactly where I was standing now. Maybe while watching me walk up the trail or walk away from my own camera. I looked up, suddenly aware of how quiet the clearing was. The wind moved gently through the leaves, making them hiss against each other. Far below, the river whispered over stones. Somewhere distant, a bird called 3 short notes and then fell silent. There were no voices, no laughter, no clack of hiking poles. The forest felt like it had drawn in around me, attentive. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line that framed the edge of the clearing. The trunks stood in their usual rows, spaced out in a way that was almost mathematical. Shadows pooled between them, but nothing shifted. No shape ducked behind a tree. No flash of movement betrayed a late leaving hiker. "Hello," I called out, hating how thin my voice sounded. It fell flat against the edges of the clearing and disappeared. No reply. Just the leaves, the river, the distant highway. I told myself there were a dozen reasonable explanations. Someone could have been here 5 minutes before I arrived, finished their cigarette, and moved on. The smell could be clinging to the ground, not the air. The ash could hold longer than I thought, but the prickling along the back of my neck did not care about reasonable. It was responding to something else. The knowledge that I had stood with my back to the woods, arms slightly spread, while my attention was focused entirely on the valley. While my little plastic camera sat helpless on the rock behind me, lens pointed forward, blind to anything approaching from the side. The thought came uninvited and clung. If someone had been standing just inside the tree line, watching, they would have seen all of it. The approach, the setup, the pose. They would have had all the time in the world to light a cigarette, smoke it down to the filter, drop it by the rock, and step back into the shadows. Maybe they had. I stood there, stupidly, for another minute, as if waiting for the forest to confess. When it did not, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, adjusted my pack, and turned back toward the trail. As I walked away, the crunch of my boots on the dirt sounded too loud, as if I were announcing my position to anyone who wanted it. The cigarettes stayed where they were, 2 small, bright lies at the edge of the rock, the last physical proof that I had not been as alone as I thought. By the time I got back to my campsite that evening, I felt like my own brain was trying to gaslight me into being calm. Every weird detail from the day had a reasonable explanation if I wanted it badly enough. The man in the silver sedan? Maybe he was just a socially awkward loner, same as me, who did not know what to do with his eyes in public. The cigarette butts by the viewpoint. Plenty of people hiked and smoked. Maybe he had been there 10 minutes before I arrived. The feeling of being watched on the trail? That could be anyone, or no one. Nerves, caffeine, the forest messing with my senses. I hung each of those explanations up in my head like little air fresheners and tried to breathe deep. The campground was quieter than the night before, but not empty. A couple of new cars had arrived while I was gone. A family was setting up a big tent 3 or 4 sites down, their voices rising and falling as they argued about which pole went where. Somewhere in Loop 2, someone was chopping wood again. Steady, rhythmic thunks that felt almost comforting in their normalcy. The sky had started its slide toward evening, the light turning that bruised blue-gray between the trees. I built another small fire, more ritual than necessity at this point, and sat in my camp chair, watching the flames lick and curl. The smoke stung my eyes, making everything blur at the edges. I pulled the disposable camera from my pack, turning it over in my hands. It had picked up a few new scuffs. The plastic casing felt a little warmer from being held, a little more familiar. I wound the wheel, rrrt, until it stopped. I told myself I was just finishing the roll. That was the practical thing to do. You do not take a half-used camera back to town. You fill it. You get your money's worth. I took a shot of the fire ring, the orange flames bright against the dark ring of metal, sparks lifting into the air. Click, then one of the trees at the edge of my sight, its trunk catching the last of the light, while the forest behind it was already sinking into shadow. Click. When I stood up, my shadow stretched long across the dirt, warped and broken by the uneven ground and the base of the picnic table. I turned the camera toward it and framed my own elongated outline, the dark version of me leaning away. Click. It felt theatrical and dumb, but there was something satisfying about putting my own shape into the role, as if I was insisting I was the protagonist of this trip, not whatever my mind was trying to cast as the villain. I wound the film again, feeling it tighten under my thumb until it refused to move. I had lost track of how many exposures I had used. There might be a few shots left. There might not. With film, you do not really know until much later. By then, the light had dropped enough that the campground lamps had come on. Those tall, dim streetlights that cast more shadow than brightness. Fires flared in a few remaining sites. Voices dropped as kids were wrangled into pajamas and into tents. A dog barked twice, was hushed, and did not start again. On the picnic table, I set the camera down next to my lantern and an open can of beer. I remember exactly how it looked in that moment. The black rectangle of the camera, the little flash window reflecting a pinpoint of lantern light, the beer can sweating a ring of moisture onto the wood, ordinary objects arranged in an ordinary way. I checked the time on my phone, later than I thought. My body agreed, joints stiff from walking, eyelids feeling heavy and grainy. I did the small things you do before bed when you are camping. Brushing my teeth at the spigot, double-checking that the car doors were locked, making sure no food was left out where it would tempt raccoons. In my head, I kept rerunning what the ranger had said about the sedan. He's not supposed to be staying overnight here. That meant there were rules. That meant someone knew about him. That meant if something were really wrong, someone else would handle it. I clung to that idea like a handrail. Back at the site, the fire had died down to a scatter of glowing embers. I kicked a bit more dirt over them until they turned from bright orange to a duller red. A last coil of smoke rose and vanished into the dark. I ducked into the tent, the zipper rasping as I pulled it down behind me. Inside, the little space felt almost cozy for the first time all weekend. My sleeping bag was warm from the day's residual heat. The air held only a hint of the earlier chill. I changed into clean socks, tugged on a long-sleeve shirt, set my phone and power bank in the familiar corner. I was halfway into my sleeping bag when a thought cut through the routine like a knife. The camera. I had left it on the table. For a second, I tried to argue with myself. It was cheap. It was not like leaving an actual expensive camera or my phone outside. If some raccoon knocked it down, or some kid from another site got curious and picked it up, what was I really out? $20? A few pictures of trees? But the idea of it sitting out there, blind and vulnerable, bothered me in a way that had nothing to do with money. It felt like leaving a part of my narrative unattended. And maybe, under that, there was a quieter fear that if someone did take it, I would never know what was on it. I would never see whatever I had actually captured this weekend. I sighed, grabbed my flashlight, and unzipped the tent again. The night outside hit me all at once. Colder now, the air sliding under my sleeves and up my neck. Darker, the lantern's glow, a small island under the trees. My breath came out in ghost-pale puffs. I stepped out, the leaves and gravel answering under my boots with that familiar crunch. I swung the beam of the flashlight toward the picnic table, already reaching mentally for the shape I expected to see beside the lantern. The camera was not there. The lantern sat by itself, casting its pool of yellow light over the scarred wood. The beer can was exactly where I had left it, a little flatter now, condensation gone. The small circle of darkness where the camera had been was empty. For a heartbeat, my brain refused to accept it. I actually blinked and tried again, as if my eyes had simply edited it out. Then my pulse shot up, hot and sudden, thudding in my ears. "Okay," I said out loud, though there was no one to hear me. "Okay, you probably knocked it off when you went in." The flashlight beam jittered slightly as my hand started to shake. I moved it slowly across the table, down the side, over the ground. There, at the base of the camp chair, half in the light and half in shadow, lay the camera. It was face down in the dirt, its black plastic back smeared with dust, the wrist strap twisted under it. Relief and unease hit me at the same time, crashing into each other in my chest. I stepped closer and crouched, brushing the beam over it. There was nothing obviously wrong. No cracks, no pieces chipped off, just grit clinging to the edges. I picked it up. It was cold and slightly damp with condensation from the evening air. I turned it over in my hands, half expecting to hear the rattle of broken parts, some internal damage. When I gave it a careful little shake near my ear, there was only the muffled, proper weight of the film spool inside shifting a fraction, the same as always. "Probably knocked it over when I went in," I repeated silently. Maybe the strap had snagged on my sleeve as I turned. Maybe my hip had bumped the table without me feeling it. Maybe the slight slope of the wood had been enough, with the weight distribution just so, for it to slide and then tumble. I did not let myself think too hard about the fact that when I had gone into the tent, I did not remember brushing against the table, or that the camera had traveled not just off the wood, but all the way to the foot of the chair. I did not check how many shots were left. With this kind of camera, there was nothing to review. No screen to scroll through, no preview window. All I could do was thumb the wheel again, see if it resisted. It did. I took that as a sign that the roll was nearly done. I brushed the dirt off as best I could on the leg of my jeans and slipped it into my duffel bag inside the tent, tucking it down between a sweater and my toiletry kit. For the first time all weekend, I zipped something closed inside the tent with real care, tugging the teeth all the way together until I felt the resistance. Then I went back out, turned off the lantern, and let the darkness rush back in around my campsite. The stars were faint, washed out by the thin layer of cloud cover and whatever light leaked from the rest of the campground. I could not see the silhouettes of other people, but I could feel their presence by the little sounds. A cough, a zipper somewhere far off, the rustle of someone shifting in a sleeping bag. I stood still for a few seconds, letting my eyes adjust, ears pricked for anything that did not fit. Nothing came. Just the forest, the distant river, the occasional whisper of a car on the highway far beyond the trees. Back in the tent, I closed myself in as deliberately as I had closed the duffel. The zipper's rasp sounded louder than ever. I doubled back to check it once, then again, fingers tracing the path along the door seam as if that would make it stronger. I killed the flashlight. Darkness dropped over me, pressing close. The thin fabric of the tent felt like both a shield and a joke. Lying there on my back, listening to the layered noises of the night, crickets, wind, the low murmur of someone's last conversation ending, I let my mind drift the way it always does just before sleep. Except now, instead of work emails or random to-do lists, it's circling the same images over and over. The 2 cigarette butts on clean dirt, the silver sedan at the edge of the parking lot, the man's eyes through the windshield, the smear of mud by my tent, the camera, not where I had left it. At that point, I thought the worst thing that could happen was someone stealing my cooler or slashing my tent. It literally never crossed my mind that someone might be more interested in me than in my gear. The second night settled in heavier than the first. I was back in the same cocoon, same sleeping bag, same thin nylon walls, same corner where my phone and power bank sat like 2 useless little bricks of light. The routine was identical, but my body registered the differences. I was more tired, more wired. Every muscle from the day's hike ached in a slow, deep way. And at the same time, every nerve felt like it had been sanded raw. Outside, the campground had thinned out even more. The family that had arrived earlier had finally finished with their tent and their arguments. Now their sight was just a quiet lump of fabric and a dying fire. Somewhere off to my right, an RV still glowed faintly. I could not see it from my tent, but I could hear it. Over the crickets and the wind, there was the steady, low, mechanical hum of an outdoor refrigerator unit chugging along. Every now and then, the compressor would click slightly louder, then settle back into its drone, muffled through trees and canvas. The sound reminded me of the break room fridge at my office, always a little too loud, always running a little too hard. Inside that RV, someone had a TV on. I could not make out dialogue, just the rise and fall of voices, and every so often, the canned burst of a laugh track. It came in as a soft, distant bark of amusement that did not sound amused at all. The jokes belonged to some studio audience miles and years away, Here they were, just random stabs of noise floating out into the woods. Farther out, beyond the loops, the highway rode its own line across the night. Cars and trucks passed in waves. Each one arrived as a faint, approaching rumble, swelled into a smooth whoosh, then trailed off into nothing. A repeating tide of sound that never quite reached the shore where I lay. Closer to me, layered over everything, was the forest. The crickets sowed their sharp, continuous thread through the air. Leaves brushed against each other overhead when the wind shifted, making a soft, papery hiss. A branch creaked once as it adjusted its weight. Somewhere much deeper in the trees, a single owl called, then went silent. Inside the tent, my own noises joined the mix. The rasp of fabric as I shifted in the sleeping bag, the tiny crackle of the pad underneath when I moved my shoulder, the faint wet sound of my tongue sticking to the roof of my mouth. My breathing was louder than I wanted it to be. Every inhale felt like it might give me away. Every exhale fogged the inside of the tent just a little bit more. After a while, the sounds sorted themselves out into a pattern. The brain does that, even when you are half asleep. It builds a map of what is normal, so it can flag what is not. Normal was RV hum, TV murmur, highway rush, crickets, wind, my own breathing. I lay on my side facing the tent door, eyes open in the near dark, tracing that pattern over and over. The first few times, it soothed me. Background noise, other people, civilization within shouting distance. I told myself that if anything truly strange stepped into that mix, I would hear it immediately. I was right, but not in a way I wanted. It started with the RV. The refrigerator unit, or the AC, or whatever was running out there, hit the end of a cycle. I heard the faint, distinct click of the relay cutting off, a little plastic snap that I would never have noticed in the daytime. The hum wound down like a fan being switched off, dropping in pitch, then vanishing completely. Without that low drone, the TV suddenly sounded too loud. For about 3 seconds, the laugh track and the flat cadence of dialogue pushed forward, filling the gap. It was like being in a room where everyone else has stopped talking, and you suddenly realize how obnoxious one conversation is. Then the TV cut out too. No click that time, just a sudden absence. One moment, canned laughter. The next, nothing. No fade, no static, just silence where it had been. At the same time, the wind paused. It did not die entirely, but it stilled enough that the leaves stopped hissing. The branches held their breath. The highway, impossibly, lined up with the same moment. There must have been a gap in traffic because the constant distant whoosh evaporated. For the first time since I had arrived at the park, there was no rolling undercurrent tying the woods to the rest of the state. It was only a few seconds, 5, maybe 10. But in that small window, all the noise I had accepted as constant just let go. The crickets continued, but my brain pushed them into the background. What remained, at the center of everything, was the sound of my own breathing and the dull, heavy thud of my heart. The stillness pressed in on the tent from all sides, like cotton in my ears. It felt artificial, staged, like someone had muted the world. If you have ever been in a building when the power goes out, you know that feeling. You only realize how much is running at any given moment when it all shuts off at once. That was what this felt like. Except there were no walls, no generators, just trees and sky and a thin membrane of fabric. In that unnatural quiet, the smallest noise became huge. Right beside the tent so close that I felt it more than heard it. Gravel shifted. It was not the long, rolling crunch of footsteps on the campground road. It was tighter than that. A brief, concentrated grind, the sound of a shoe or boot putting weight onto a small patch of stones and then stopping, like someone had taken a single careful step and frozen. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up so fast it almost hurt. Every muscle in my body locked. My lungs forgot how to work. I lay there with my mouth slightly open, breath stalled halfway in, listening so hard I thought my eardrums would tear. Nothing followed. No second step, no rustle of clothing, no exhale. Just that one memory of pressure on rock, hanging in the air like a question no one wanted to repeat. I tried to tell myself it was an animal, a raccoon nosing around my fire ring, a deer picking its way between the trees. The ranger station flyer had a whole section about respecting wildlife. It would have been almost comforting to know a raccoon had finally shown up to rummage through my trash. But I'd grown up around woods. I knew what four-footed movement sounded like. Animals skitter, shuffle, pause, circle. They do not usually take a single, deliberate step and then hold perfectly still while the entire soundscape of a campground falls away around them. My mind replayed it, slowing it down, dissecting it. The slight slide of the stones at the end of the sound suggested weight being withdrawn, not added. A heel lifting, not coming down. It was as if someone had been standing there already, right next to the tent, and had just shifted their balance once. I lay there for a long time, muscles screaming from the effort of staying still. The quiet stretched until it almost felt like a physical object, something that could snap. Eventually, the world decided to exhale. A car rolled down the highway again, its distant whoosh seeping back into the edges of my hearing. The wind picked up just enough to rustle the leaves overhead. The RV fridge, maybe reset by some invisible thermostat, clicked and hummed to life, filling in the low frequencies. Somewhere, the TV in that same RV blinked back on with a burst of canned laughter, softer now, as if someone had turned the volume down. The ordinary noises returned, one by one, as if nothing had happened. As if there had not been a small surgical cut in reality a few seconds before. I finally let out the breath I had been holding, slowly, trying not to gasp. My heartbeat thudded on for a while longer before starting to ease. "Raccoon," I whispered into the dark, forcing the word out. Or a deer, something like that. My voice sounded wrong in the tent. Too thin, too small. It did nothing to change the fact that the step had been right next to where my head rested on the pillow, a foot or two away on the other side of the fabric. Very slowly, I rolled in the sleeping bag so that I was facing the door. The nylon swished around me, loud to my own ears, probably inaudible outside. The small mesh window near the top of the door looked out onto nothing, just a rectangle of deeper black. If someone had been standing directly outside, inches from it, I would not have known unless they pressed their face right up against the screen. I stared at that patch of darkness until my eyes watered, half expecting a shape to form. A lighter oval where a face might be. A darker vertical line where a body might block the faint ambient glow. All I saw were my own pupils, faintly, reflected back at me if I tilted my head just right. Two little coins of darker dark in the middle of everything. Eventually, the effort of straining every sense at once started to blur the edges of my awareness. My body ached to either run or shut down, and there was nowhere to run to that made sense. The normal sounds outside went on, unconcerned. The gravel beside the tent stayed quiet. I told myself again that it had been an animal, that the person, if there had been one, existed only in the overlap between lack of sleep and too many horror videos. I held on to that thought like a rope as I lay there, facing the door, listening to the campground reorganize itself into something that sounded like safety. I did not know, in that moment, that the silence I had just lived through was the last version of normal I was going to get. Sleep did not come all at once that night. It scraped. I lay there on my side, facing the door, listening to the RV hum return and the highway noise wash in and out like slow waves. Every sound had to earn its way back into normal. A zipper far away. Okay, someone going to the bathroom. A muffled cough. Fine, lungs do that. A twig snapping somewhere off in the dark. Maybe a branch falling. Maybe an animal stepping. My body drifted in that uncomfortable shallow water between being awake and being asleep. Thoughts looped without finishing. I would start to remember something from work and then forget what an email was halfway through. My muscles loosened just enough that I stopped holding them intentionally. My breathing slowed, but the part of me that had heard that single step on the gravel refused to clock out. It started to let go anyway. There is a particular feeling when you are about to slip fully under, a kind of soft drop. Your awareness steps back. The edges of the world blur. I was right there, hovering on that threshold, when the world outside my tent exploded into white. Light slammed through the nylon from one side, hard and sudden, like someone had held a camera flash an inch from the fabric and hit the button. The interior of the tent went from gray to bone white in an instant. Every seam, every wrinkle in the material snapped into sharp relief. Above me, the shadows of branches burned themselves onto the glowing ceiling. Long, twisted lines and jagged shapes that, for a split second, looked exactly like a cluster of ribs thrown against skin from the inside. It was so bright that my eyes, already dilated from the dark, screamed. I shot upright before I was fully conscious, the sleeping bag binding around my legs. My heart went from a low thud to a full-on hammering sprint in the space of a second, pounding so violently against my ribs it felt like it belonged to someone else. A sound tore out of my throat. Not quite a yell, not quite a gasp, more like the opening of a word that never got finished. And then it was gone. The light cut out as abruptly as it had appeared. The tent dropped back into darkness so quickly it left after images. Ghostly silhouettes of those branches, those bone-like shapes, hung in front of my eyes whenever I blinked, overlaying the real dim outlines of the nylon with bright retinal echoes. For a moment, my brain insisted it had to be lightning. That was the natural, automatic explanation. A sudden flare, a whole sky lit up, shadows thrown sharp and high, except there had been no thunder before it, no rumble building, no scent of rain on the air seeping into the tent, and, most importantly, no following sound after. The night outside the fabric was utterly, perfectly quiet. No engine idling, no tires crunching on gravel, no distant slam of a car door. The RV's fridge hummed along, unchanged. The TV inside it stayed at its new, lowered volume. Some comedies muffled conversations, continuing completely unaware that my tent had just turned into a lantern. If it had been headlights sweeping through the campground, I should have heard the approach. The growl of an engine, the subtle rattle of something in a truck bed. I should have seen the brightness grow, slide, fade. Instead, it had come in one hard, focused burst. On, off. The flashlight explanation did not fit neatly either. People walking around with headlamps or lanterns cast moving beams. Jittering, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of footsteps, of fabric swishing, of breathing. This had been a blast that seemed to come from one direction, saturating everything at once with no let-in and no fade-out. No shuffle of boots before or after. I sat frozen, upright in my bag, staring at the tent wall where the light had been strongest. My eyes kept expecting a return. A second flare, a confirmation that it was just someone passing by, some bored camper with a too powerful flashlight messing around. Nothing came. The night settled back around the tent, like nothing had happened. Very slowly, I lowered myself back down onto my side. My heart was still hammering, but it had downgraded from run for your life to you have just narrowly avoided a car crash. I pressed my palm flat against the inside of the sleeping bag, feeling the fabric, needing something solid and familiar under my hand. Headlights, I whispered to myself. Had to be headlights. Even as I said it, I knew how it had looked from inside. Headlights are directional. They sweep. They leave gradients. This had had that specific, ugly, overexposed quality of a flash. The all-at-once punch, the too-even coverage, the way the shadows jumped hard and then vanished, the way your eyes feel scorched inside afterward. The word lodged itself in my chest. Flash. I thought about the camera in my duffel, the little disposable brick with its plastic lens and plastic button. I imagined someone outside my tent holding something just like it, or not like it at all. Something better. Something that could see more clearly through thin synthetic fabric. I stayed like that for a long minute, not daring to move, listening. The campground, for once, did not rush to fill the silence. The crickets had faltered during the flash, their chorus thinning for a beat, and now it slowly stitched itself back together in ragged threads. The wind turned some leaves over, making them whisper. A car passed on the highway, too far to be connected, a detached sigh at the edge of everything. And then I heard it, a click, soft, precise, so small that in any other context I might not have noticed it at all. It was the kind of microscopic sound you only register when the world around it has been stripped bare. It came from somewhere just on the other side of the tent wall, or just above my head, or just inside my skull. I honestly cannot tell you, even now. The memory places it inches from me, and I know memory lies, but that is where it lives. It was not the mechanical rasp of a zipper, not the crack of a twig, not the hollow knock of something hitting the picnic table. It was a tiny, crisp depression of a button, followed by the faintest internal tick. If you have ever used a film camera, an older one with a real shutter release, you know that sound, the little snick of the mechanism tripping. If you have handled a digital one, you know the way the button feels under your finger. Soft at first, then a firm point of no return when you press down. That was what my brain supplied when it heard that tiny click. Someone has just taken a picture. The rational part of me, the one that had been working overtime all weekend, immediately threw up alternatives. A branch settling, a pine cone dropping and glancing off the tent pole. Some piece of my own gear contracting in the cooling air. But the image had already unspooled behind my eyes, a shape leaning in close, the lens inches from the stretched tight nylon, the outline of my face visible from the other side as a pale oval, a finger pressing down, the flash firing, the whole tent flaring white as my own features burned onto someone else's film. I did not move. I did not call out. My throat locked around the word hello and refused to let it out. It is easy, sitting safely at a table later, to say that I should have yelled, that I should have thrown the flap open, blinding whoever was out there with my flashlight, catching them in the act, that I should have demanded to know what they were doing, maybe even made noise until a ranger showed up. In that moment, pinned under the residue of that flash, with that small click still echoing in my ears, I could not make myself do it, because the same imagination that was so good at conjuring cameras and leaning figures was excellent at supplying what would happen if I did. I could almost see it. The instant after I said, hello, that one stretched out syllable hanging stupidly in the thin air, and then a voice replying from just beyond the tent wall. Something low and close and wrong, answering me by name, or worse, laughing. So instead, I did nothing. I lay there on my side, eyes wide open in the dark, heart punching against my ribs, listening to the sounds of the campground slowly stitch themselves back into something like normal. The RV's fridge humming, the laugh track flickering back to life, the wind picking up, the world pretending it had not just lit me up from the outside like a specimen on a slide. Later, telling you this now, from my kitchen with the lights on, I can admit that I do not know if that click was real. It might have been a sound I invented afterward, a detail my brain added when I was staring at those printed photos, trying to reach backward and make sense of them. But when I think about that night, when I close my eyes and put myself back in that tent, the flash and the click come as a pair, light first, then that tiny, neat sound, small enough to get under any door, to slip through the weave of any fabric. I never saw who made it. I never saw what device it came from. What I remember most, though, is the way the question, "Is someone outside?" quietly shifted into what did they just see, and how once that door in my head opened, I could not get it to close again. Morning came too early, and not at all. I do not remember actually falling asleep after the flash. My memory skips from lying there, eyes jammed open in the dark, to the dull realization that the gray light leaking through the nylon had changed. The tent had gone from black to a flat, murky white, which meant the sun was up somewhere behind the cloud cover. I lay there a few extra beats, staring at the ceiling, stalling. Unzipping the door felt like inviting an answer. As long as I stayed inside, the night belonged to my imagination. The moment I opened the flap, I would either see proof that something had been there, or proof that I had invented it. I am still not sure which one scared me more. Eventually, biology made the decision for me. I reached for the zipper pull with fingers that felt clumsy and numb. The little metal tab was colder than it should have been. I pulled it as slowly as I could bring myself to, teeth scraping against each other one by one. Zerp. The sound was quieter in daylight, less sinister, but my heart still jumped like it was hearing it for the first time. I stopped halfway, peered out through the widening gap, then kept going until the flap sagged open. There was no one there, just the familiar rectangle of my campsite, washed in pale gray light. The picnic table, the fire ring with its pile of cold ash, the damp dirt stamped with overlapping foot and paw prints from days of people coming and going. The air was colder than it had been the morning before, and the sky above the trees was a uniform slab of cloud. The smell of old campfire smoke hung low and stubborn, clinging to everything. I crouched in the doorway, letting the cold seep through my clothes, and scanned the immediate area with the kind of focus usually reserved for exam answers and incoming emails. No strange objects on the table. No trash that wasn't mine. No cigarette pack tossed casually near the fire ring. The grill grate was exactly where I had left it. The cooler sat sullenly by the bench, sweating its last. I stepped out and did a slow circle around the tent. There were disturbances in the dirt, but nothing that resolved into the clear outline of a boot or a shoe. Near the picnic table, 2 or 3 spots looked more compressed than the rest, darker ovals where the ground had held on to last night's moisture. One could easily have been from my own feet. Another might have been from where I had stood and stared at the empty space where the camera had been. They were the kind of marks you could assign to whoever you wanted. Yourself, a stranger, an animal, the wind. Nothing so clean that you could point and say, "This, here, this is proof." Back inside the tent, the duffel sat open, where I had dropped it half-zipped in my groggy scramble the night before. I reached in, fingers digging through clothes and toiletries until they closed around familiar plastic. The camera was still there, wedged between a rolled-up t-shirt and my toiletry bag. For a second, my brain played an ugly little trick. It told me, very clearly, that when I pulled it out, it would be something else. A different camera, a different shape. Some calling card that would confirm I had not been alone. It was just the same disposable. Same yellow branding, same scuffed corners, same faint smear of dirt from the fall by the camp chair. I turned it in my hands, checking the seams, the lens, the flash window. Nothing looked cracked or pried at. When I thumbed the wheel, it resisted stubbornly. The roll was as full as it would get. It should have made me feel better than it did. Standing in the half-collapsed tent, nylon walls drooping around me, I realized I had no interest in spending another night here. Whatever I had come for, quiet, space, some reset in my life apparently needed, I had gotten something else instead. I felt full in the wrong way, not rested, just saturated. "I think I'm done," I said aloud, to no one. My voice sounded small and scratchy in the little space. The decision settled over me with an almost physical relief. As soon as I let myself think I could leave, my body moved faster, eager. Packing up a campsite is noisy by nature. There's no way to be subtle about it. Every action has a sound. I pulled my sleeping bag out of the tent, the fabric scraping against the floor in a long, shushing drag. Shook out the pad, which cracked and crinkled as it tried to refold in all the wrong places. Zipped bags, snapped buckles. The tent poles came apart with little metallic clicks, segments sliding out of sleeves with a zip and a whisper. The tent fabric itself made that familiar papery rustle as I peeled it off the ground and folded it, the earth clinging momentarily before letting go. Each time I drove a stake out of the dirt, there was a soft, satisfying pop as the compacted soil around it loosened, followed by the faint metallic clink of metal against metal when I tossed it into the bag. Those were the good sounds, the ones that meant I was undoing something, reversing my decision to sleep under thin fabric in the first place. Over and underneath all of that, other sounds kept intruding. A car door slammed somewhere in loop 2, sharp and hollow. I flinched, heartbeat jumping, hand freezing mid-fold. A branch cracked high up in a tree when the wind shifted. A dry snap that made me look up, scanning for falling limbs, or falling anything. An engine turned over and idled for a few seconds before driving away. Each noise that had been benign 2 days earlier now arrived with a jolt of adrenaline attached. None of them belonged to a sneaker scraping right outside my tent, or a zipper moving when it should not. That absence did not calm me as much as it should have. When the tent was finally nothing but a compressed roll of fabric and poles in a bag, the site looked bare in a way that made me uncomfortable. The dirt square where the tent had sat seemed too exposed, too vulnerable, like a patch of skin that had been under a bandage and was now suddenly in the cold. My car waiting on the gravel pad felt like a lifeboat. I loaded my gear into the trunk with more urgency than finesse. The cooler went in first, then the duffel, then the tent bag, all wedged together in a pile that would shift alarmingly when I took corners later. I slammed the trunk shut a little harder than I typically would, the bang ringing through the quiet loop. When I slid into the driver's seat and closed the door, the car felt like a different kind of tent. Metal instead of nylon, glass instead of mesh. Not exactly safe, but solid in a way the campsite was not. I sat there for a moment with my hands on the wheel, listening to the muffled version of the campground sounds through the windows. Then I started the engine. The lane out of Loop 3 curved past the sites one last time. Some were empty already, bare dirt and tire marks. Others were in the process of being dismantled. A man at one picnic table waved half-heartedly as I passed. I lifted my fingers off the wheel in what I hoped was a similarly casual acknowledgement. As I approached the main road, the trees thinned, and the feeling of being watched by the forest itself eased just a little. I rolled past Loop 2, Loop 1, the bathhouse, the turnoff to the trail where I'd found the cigarette butts. Each landmark slotted into place behind me like items being checked off a list. Then the campground entrance opened up, revealing the parking lot and the road beyond. I could not stop myself. My eyes went straight to the spot at the end of the lot where the silver sedan had been. It was empty. The space looked wrong, in the way a gap in a row of teeth looks wrong. The faded white lines of the slot were visible again, the gravel at the end undisturbed except for the usual scatter of small stones. The other cars in the lot, 4 of them now, all with visible day passes on their dashboards, sat in their orderly lines, benign. If I had driven in for the first time at that moment, there would have been nothing noteworthy about that patch of asphalt. But I was not a first-time driver. My mind insisted on overlaying the empty rectangle with the memory of the dull metal, the dark windows, the man's face behind the glass, unmoving. I eased past the lot and toward the park gate. As I did, something on a nearby pole caught my eye. A small, weather-worn security camera was bolted to the top, its housing angled down toward the entrance lane and the parking lot. It was not some industrial sphere, just a basic enclosed unit, the kind you see outside small businesses. I had not noticed it on my way in. Now, I could not stop looking at it. Its dark lens pointed in the general direction of where the sedan had been and of where my car was now, like a single, unblinking eye. The rational part of me felt a flicker of relief. If anything had happened at the gate, at least something had been watching. Some impartial record existed. Another part of me thought, that eye does not blink at night either. I slowed near the ranger station. Guilt and obligation, wrestling in my chest. Technically, I did not have to stop. The hang tag could have gone straight in the trash later, but the map sat folded on my passenger seat, and the habit of checking out tugged at me. I parked by the station and got out, the morning chill biting harder now that I had mentally detached from the idea of camping. When I stepped onto the porch, the wind chime clinked once, as if acknowledging me. Inside, the station looked the same as it had on check-in day. Coffee mug on the counter, stacks of maps, the radio crackling occasionally with distant ranger chatter. The same man stood behind the counter, flipping through a clipboard. He looked up and smiled. That polite, practiced expression people who deal with the public wear like part of their uniform. "Heading out?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, holding up the map a little before setting it on the counter. "Figured I'd drop this back off." He took it, smoothing it flat with his hand, then glanced up at me again, as if searching for something in my face. "Everything go all right?" he asked. The question hung there, perfectly normal and perfectly loaded. For a fraction of a second, I opened my mouth to answer with something other than "fine." The words lined up in my head faster than I could organize them. I heard a zipper that wasn't mine. Someone stepped next to my tent. There was a flash like a camera in the middle of the night. I found cigarettes where no one else had been. The sedan you warned me about kept showing up. I imagined the ranger's reaction. Maybe his expression would tighten, that polite mask slipping. Maybe he would tell me there had been other complaints. Maybe he would call someone. Maybe I would end up giving a statement, staying longer, not going home. Or maybe he would give me a careful look, decide I was a nervous city person who had watched too many horror videos, and file my story under anecdotes, not incidents. Maybe he would tell me raccoons can sound like people, and camera flashes can be reflected headlights, and that the man in the car had a right to sit wherever he wanted as long as he paid his fee. The idea of being that person, overreacting, fragile, possibly ridiculous, itched under my skin. So I did what most people do when asked if they are okay, and the answer is, I have no idea. I smiled. It felt wrong on my face. "Yeah," I said. "Everything was good, quiet." He nodded, buying it or choosing to. "That's what we like to hear," he said. "Drive safe." I turned to go, feeling the weight of everything I was not saying trailing behind me like static. As I pivoted, my eyes fell on the desk beside him. There, among the stacks of maps and clipboards, lay a single sheet of paper printed in black and white. It was angled toward him, not toward me, but I could see enough. A grainy still image, clearly from a security camera mounted high, looking down at the park entrance at night. The angle matched the position of the camera I had just noticed outside. In the frame, the gate arm was up, the road a pale strip under the washed-out glare of infrared, and there, just inside the boundary of the lot, sat a silver sedan, caught in stark, ugly contrast. The plate had been blurred or blocked out, maybe for privacy, maybe as part of whatever protocol they followed, but the shape was unmistakable. Same slope of the hood, same slightly hunched posture, same car. My eyes snapped to the numbers in the corner of the still. Date, a long string I do not need to repeat. Time, 2:13 a.m. Something in my chest dropped. In my tent, miles away and a few feet under the trees, 2:13 a.m. was very close to when the world had gone silent and the flash had burned the outline of branches, of ribs, onto the ceiling of my little nylon shelter. I felt my mouth go dry. For a second, I thought about asking to see the full clip, to say, "That car." What is the deal with him? Was he here last night? Did he leave? Did he come back? To admit everything, right there, under the hum of the station's fluorescent lights. Instead, I did nothing. The ranger followed my glance, then casually set a folder down over part of the image, as if tidying his space. Not hiding it, just shuffling. I forced my legs to move, pushed the door open, and stepped back out onto the porch. The wind chime clinked again, brighter this time. The cold air hit my face like a slap. As I walked back to my car, I could feel the security camera on the pole at the entrance watching the lane, the same way it had watched the sedan at 2:13 a.m. The same way, I realized. I now wished I had been watched in my sleep, with something mechanical and detached and incapable of choosing to look away. I pulled out of the lot and onto the road, the trees closing in over the hood, the campground shrinking in the rearview mirror. If you had been sitting in that ranger station just then, looking at me on a small live monitor as I drove away, you would have seen what I looked like leaving Site 27 for the last time. I would not see what I looked like until days later, when another set of prints laid itself out on my kitchen table and reminded me that sometimes cameras pay more attention than people do. The drive back into the city felt like climbing out of a dream you were not sure you wanted in the first place. The 2-lane park road fed me back onto the highway, with barely a stitch between them. One minute, it was wet pavement under a tunnel of trees. The next, it was 4 lanes of asphalt and green exit signs. Cars flowing past like I had just merged into a river that had been moving steadily the whole time I was gone. Traffic picked up fast the closer I got to Portland. The quiet hiss of occasional vehicles from the campground turned into a constant rush, a layered, mechanical roar. Semi-trucks thundered by in the left lane, their trailers groaning, air being punched aside. SUVs with roof boxes screamed past, their drivers hunched forward, jaws set, kids' heads visible in the back seats, glowing blue with tablet light. Billboards started to rise up along the sides. Cheap lawyer faces, fast food ads with impossible hamburgers, a giant mattress sale sign threatening to end this weekend only. The first glimpse of a mall parking lot appeared to my right, a sea of parked cars under the orange mouths of sodium lights, even in midday. The signs for exits shifted from numbers that meant trailheads and small towns to names I recognized, city streets, neighborhoods, the sprawl of the place I actually lived. I turned the radio on just to drown out my own head. Some pop song I did not recognize was playing, all heavy bass and breathy vocals about someone leaving someone else. The DJ slid in afterward with traffic updates, mentioning a minor backup on I-5 near an exit I had just passed, like I had somehow threaded a needle without knowing. The commercials that followed were all about insurance and chain restaurants and a sale on flooring. It was jarring how fast my brain tried to accept that these were my problems again. Deductibles and burgers and hardwood per square foot, instead of strange footsteps on gravel and flashes of white light through thin fabric. By the time I hit my exit, it felt like the whole trip had been something that happened on TV while I was half asleep. Background noise, strange, but contained. I could almost convince myself that the unease in my chest was just caffeine and highway tension. My apartment building sat in a part of town that tried to pretend it was fancier than it was. 3 stories of beige siding with fake brick accents, small decorative trees in square mulch beds, a sign at the front that said something like Maple Crossing, in cursive script, even though there were exactly 0 maples on the property. I pulled into the lot, weaving past rows of cars that all looked vaguely the same under a thin coat of road dust. The cold felt different here than it had at the campground. Thinner, harsher, flavored with exhaust and whatever industrial things the wind blew in from the river. Inside, the building had that permanent, anonymous smell I had grown used to without ever really identifying. A mix of old carpet cleaner, takeout spices, someone's detergent, and the faint metallic tang of the vending machines by the front door. The hallway was covered in grayish-brown carpeting that might once have been another color. Along the walls, the lights were those yellow, soft bulbs in plastic domes, giving everything a dim, slightly nicotine-stained glow. The soda machine near the mailboxes hummed with a low, mechanical drone, occasionally punctuated by a little internal clunk as something cycled. Next to it, the snack machine's fluorescent tubes buzzed faintly, lighting up rows of potato chips and candy bars and tiny, sticky cinnamon rolls in plastic. The elevator was old enough to have a personality. When I pressed the button, it dinged once from somewhere above, then took its time deciding to move. When the doors finally opened, they did it with a reluctant shudder, like someone being forced out of bed. Inside, the floor was the same gray carpet as the hall, worn flat in the center. The fluorescent light overhead flickered just once as the doors closed, a quick little heartbeat of brightness before settling. The car lurched slightly as it started up, a familiar hitch that had scared me the first week I lived there and now barely registered, except today, when every tiny jolt and sound felt like something trying to get my attention. I unlocked my door and stepped into my apartment, and for a moment, the contrast made me dizzy. It was small, but it was mine. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a little rectangle of living room that bled into a kitchen separated only by a counter and a change in flooring. The couch sagged a bit in the middle from too many nights of falling asleep in front of the TV. The TV itself sat on a cheap stand, black screen reflecting the room like a dead eye. A small table with 2 chairs took up one corner, mostly used as a dumping ground for mail and grocery bags. In the kitchen, the fridge was an older white model that hummed and clicked at irregular intervals. The sound had always comforted me. It was alive. It was working. It was keeping my food from spoiling. The overhead light was bright and harsh, the bulbs cooler and whiter than the ones in the hall outside. The counters were clean in the way that means no crumbs, rather than no clutter. A dish towel hung from the oven handle. A plant I consistently forgot to water drooped on the windowsill. The window looked out over the shared parking lot. From my 3rd-floor vantage point, I could see the tops of cars, the narrow strips of asphalt between them, the line of dumpsters toward the back. On some days, I liked standing there and watching people come and go. Neighbors I never spoke to, hauling groceries, kids dragging backpacks, someone starting their car on a cold morning and letting it idle for too long. Today, I didn't go to the window. I did what I always do after a trip. I dropped my bags just inside the door with a thump that made a small cloud of campground dust puff up, kicked off my shoes, and headed straight to the kitchen for water. The disposable camera ended up on the counter without any ceremony. I pulled it out of the duffel and set it down next to the fruit bowl, a black plastic brick among apples, and a banana that had seen better days. The wrist strap dangled over the edge, swaying a little before coming to rest. Seeing it there, under the steady, indifferent glow of my own kitchen light, made it look ridiculous. It was a toy, a novelty, a thing you buy on a whim at REI because the packaging promises retro fun. In the campground, out in the woods, it had felt like a tool, a way to capture things, to prove I had been there. Now, it just looked like clutter, one more object taking up space on my counter, standing in the hum of my fridge, with the TV quiet and the familiar city sounds filtering in through the closed window. Distant sirens, a car alarm chirping as someone locked their SUV, the muffled thump of bass from a neighbor's music. I almost laughed at myself. The flash in the tent? Probably headlights through trees after all. The single step on gravel? An animal that I had turned into a person because I had spent my childhood scaring myself with the true stories section of horror forums. The silver sedan. Just some guy who did not like campgrounds and preferred to sit in his car. The camera on my picnic table, wind, gravity, whatever. I poured a glass of water, stood at the sink, and let the normalcy of my apartment wash over me. It worked a little. The walls felt solid. The door had a deadbolt. My bed had more than a quarter inch of fabric between me and the rest of the world. For a couple of days, life resumed its old shape. I went back to work. Same fluorescent lit office, same gray cubicle fabric, same humming computers and clacking keyboards. My inbox, predictably, had not decided to be merciful just because I had been in the woods. A dozen subject lines shouted at me in vague corporate urgency. Follow up. Urgent. Please review. Quick question. The coffee in the break room tasted burnt in a different way from the gas station brew, but still burnt. At lunch, I ate at my desk and scrolled through my phone, thumb flipping past camping gear ads and news, and a video of someone making the easy weeknight pasta I would never actually cook. Every third or fourth post was a picture of someone out in nature, arms spread toward a mountain or a lake, captions about disconnecting from the noise. The irony made me smirk into my leftover Chinese. The camera sat on my kitchen counter through all of this, quietly existing. Sometimes, in the morning before work, I would glance at it while making coffee. A little back of the brain nudge said, "You should get that developed, just so you do not waste it." Another voice said, "Or you could leave it there and never find out what any of those pictures look like, and nothing in your life will actually change." On the third or fourth day, the idea of it just sitting there started to bother me more than what it might show. An unresolved tab in my mind, always open. After work one evening, instead of heading straight home, I drove to the Walgreens near the office. It was one of those stores that looks the same no matter where it is. The automatic doors slid open with a wheeze as I stepped inside, letting out a breath of air that smelled like cold, processed cleanliness. Floor cleaner, detergent, a hint of something sweet and chemical from the cosmetics aisle. The lighting was unforgiving. Long strips of fluorescent tubes overhead, turning everything slightly too bright, too flat. The aisles were lined with vitamins, shampoo, holiday candy no matter what month it was. A woman in scrubs picked up a prescription at the pharmacy window. Her shoulders slumped. Somewhere in the back, a radio played an old pop song, just loud enough to be annoying. The photo lab sat at the rear of the store, a low counter with a few machines behind it. Once, this had been the busiest part of places like this. People dropping off film canisters, picking up envelopes of prints, flipping them open right there in the fluorescent glare because they could not wait until they got home. Now it had the air of a half-forgotten corner, kept alive by passport photos and the occasional older customer who still insisted on printing pictures of their grandkids. Behind the counter, a woman in her 50s stood sorting through a stack of envelopes. Her hair was pulled back into a loose ponytail, gray strands threaded through brown. Her name tag said Diane in a neat, swooping script. Reading glasses perched low on her nose. The machines behind her made small, constant noises. A whir here, a faint mechanical sigh there, a little clunk as something advanced. I set the disposable camera on the counter between us. It looked smaller here than it had in my kitchen, almost apologetic. "Hi," I said. I need to get this developed." Diane looked up, glanced at the camera, and smiled, a little more genuinely than the ranger had back at the park. "Throwback," she said. Her voice had that matter-of-fact warmth of someone who has been behind a counter a long time and seen the same transaction thousands of times in slightly different bodies. "You want prints? Or digital? Or both?" "Prints," I said, surprising myself with how quickly I answered. The whole point, some quiet part of me insisted, was to have something physical, something I could hold. Standard size is fine." She picked up the camera, flipped it over, checked the back for whatever lab information she needed. "All right," she said, "we can do that. It'll be ready tomorrow after 4. Tomorrow after 4. The phrase landed with the blunt weight of a deadline. My brain, traitor that it is, immediately imagined myself standing in this exact spot 24 hours from now, envelope in hand, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, flipping through images of trees and tents and what? I nodded, scrawled my name and phone number on the little form she handed me, and accepted my claim stub. "See you then," she said, already turning toward one of the machines, the camera in her hand, looking even more ordinary now that it was part of her routine. I walked back through the aisles toward the exit, the carpeted floor by the pharmacy giving way to tile near the door. The automatic doors sighed open again, spilling me back out into the dusk. The parking lot lights had already come on, casting pools of orange over rows of cars. A bus roared by on the street, brakes squealing. Sitting in my car, the claim stub paper softening slightly between my fingers, I told myself that tomorrow, after 4, I would pick up a stack of glossy little lies. Grainy photos of a normal camping trip, a blurred selfie, a crooked shot of a campfire, a badly framed tree. Proof that my nerves had written a horror story on top of something that had never been dangerous. It did not occur to me, not in any real way, that tomorrow after 4 was the moment my life would hinge on. That the answer to whether I had been alone at that campsite was already locked inside a machine in the back of a Walgreens, waiting for someone to press print. The day I went back for the photos, the city felt like it was trying to rinse itself clean. A light rain had been falling since late afternoon. Not enough to be dramatic, just enough to smear the world into streaks. When I pulled out of the office parking garage, the wipers dragged across the windshield with that tired rubber squeal, pushing arcs of water aside only for new beads to rush in and replace them. Headlights blurred into long smears on the wet asphalt. The sky was already almost dark, a low, uniform ceiling of clouds reflecting the sodium glow from the streets. The Walgreens sat in the same strip mall as always, between a nail salon and a taco place, its red sign humming faintly over the glass doors. Puddles in the lot reflected the letters upside down, broken by the ripples of passing tires. I pulled into a space near the front and sat for a second, with the engine ticking as it cooled, listening to the wipers scrape across the glass one last time before I shut everything off. Rain pattered on the roof. The air outside looked colder than it had any right to be for that time of year. Inside, the store was lit with that hard, flat fluorescent light that erases shadows and makes everything feel a little unreal. The smell hit me first. Cleaner, paper dust, a hint of something medicinal from the pharmacy aisle. Overhead, the store's PA system played a pre-recorded voice cheerfully reminding customers about flu shots and rewards points, the words soft and insistent, looping. The floor tiles squeaked under my shoes, wet soles leaving faint prints behind me. A freezer full of ice cream hummed along one wall, a constant low vibration that I felt in my chest more than I heard with my ears. There were only a few other customers that late. A woman comparing shampoo bottles, an older man squinting at a bottle of pills, a teenager at the candy aisle scrolling on his phone. The photo lab was at the back, where it always had been, tucked behind racks of picture frames and discount calendars. The machines sat in a row, white plastic bodies and dark mouths, one of them currently grinding to life with a whir and a soft chattering as it processed someone else's memories. Diane was behind the counter, glasses perched low on her nose as she flipped through a stack of envelopes. Up close, the fluorescent light was not kind to anyone. It picked out lines and faded freckles on her face, made the laminated name tag on her chest shine too brightly. "Hey there," she said when she noticed me. "Pick up?" "Yeah," I said. "Dropped off a disposable yesterday, under Andrew." She turned toward a row of alphabetized slots, fingers moving automatically. The PA system above us cut to an ad about allergy relief. The voice was too chipper for the subject, as if desperate to keep the mood up. Somewhere behind the partition, one of the printers gave a little mechanical sigh and spat another photo into its tray. "Here we are," she said after a moment, sliding a small white envelope onto the counter. My last name was scrawled in blue ink across the front. The envelope felt heavier than it looked when she pushed it toward me, too dense for its size. "You want a CD too next time? We can do that," she added out of habit. "But most people just do the prints now. $12.99. I paid, shoved the receipt into my pocket without really looking at it, and thanked her. The envelope's edges dug into my palm as I walked back through the store, past the painkillers and shampoo and seasonal aisle full of orange-black decorations that I barely registered. Outside, the rain had slowed to a mist, a fine spray that blurred the parking lot lights into glowing halos. When I unlocked my car and climbed in, the interior smelled faintly of damp fabric and fast food from earlier in the week. The envelope sat on the passenger seat, pristine and quiet, while I drove home. By the time I pulled into my apartment complex, the sky was fully dark. The lot lights cast their pale cones over the glistening cars, reflections shivering on the wet pavement. Somewhere, a dog barked once and then gave up. I parked in my usual spot, looking up automatically at the row of windows above, picking out my own by the faint shape of the blinds. The building, from the outside, was as ordinary as they come. 3 stories, fatigued beige siding, a stairwell at the center. Inside, the hallway carpet muffled my footsteps, its gray fibers worn flat in the middle from years of people dragging themselves in and out of their routines. The air smelled like some generic floral cleaner, with a thread of old cooking grease and laundry detergent mixed in. The vending machine near the mailboxes hummed, its fluorescent guts buzzing. Bottles of soda lined up like little glowing soldiers. Somewhere in the building, a washing machine spun, the low, distant whump of it echoing through the walls. The elevator shuddered when I hit the button, doors opening with a small, resentful ding, the interior lit by one slightly flickering bulb. Inside my apartment, I did what I always did. Tossed my keys into the bowl by the door, toed off my shoes, shrugged out of my jacket. The place felt smaller than the forest and infinitely safer. One bedroom, one bathroom, a living room with a couch and a TV, a tiny table with 2 chairs, a compact kitchen with aging white appliances. The fridge in the corner rattled a little as it cycled, the sound of familiar presence. I set the envelope down on the table and walked into the kitchen to turn off the TV that I had left on that morning out of habit, the blue standby light winking off. The overhead light in the dining nook clicked on with a hard snap, flooding the area with a warm, slightly yellow glow. Outside, through the blinds, I could see the wash of headlights as a car turned into the lot, streaks of light cutting across the ceiling for a moment. It would have been easy to tell myself I could look at the photos later, after a shower, after dinner, after a drink. But some part of me had been thinking about that small plastic brick on my counter since I dropped it off, about what it might have seen. Now, all of that potential sat compressed in a paper sleeve in front of me. I pulled out a chair and sat down. The apartment creaked and settled around me the way it always did in the evenings. The fridge kicked off and on again with a soft thunk. The tiny wall-mounted AC unit in the living room clicked and shuddered as it started up, blowing a faint stream of cool air. My hands did not feel entirely steady as I reached for the envelope. The glue resisted for a heartbeat, then gave way with a soft tearing sound as I peeled it open. Inside was a fat stack of glossy 4x6 prints, their edges perfectly squared, the top one catching the light and reflecting a little rectangle of the ceiling fixture back at me. I slid them out, the friction of the paper a dry hiss against the inside of the envelope, and laid the stack in front of me. For a moment, I just pressed my fingers against the top photo, feeling the slick surface, as if I could absorb the contents by touch alone. Then I started to flip through them. The first few were exactly what I expected, almost reassuring in their banality. Trees, the river through the leaves, the trail curving around that moss-covered boulder. They were a little grainy, the colors slightly off in that nostalgic film way that Instagram filters try and fail to imitate. There I was, in one, a blurry selfie at the campsite, my face half cut off, eyes squinting against the sun. Another showed my hand holding a beer can, the label half visible, my wrist resting on my knee. The campfire shot came out better than I thought it would, the flames frozen in mid-leap, orange tongues against a black background. The long stretched shadow of me on the dirt, taken near sunset, looked more dramatic in print than it had in my head. With each familiar image, my shoulders loosened a fraction. The roll was full of exactly what I remembered putting into it. Moments I owned. Evidence that I had been there, and nothing worse. I kept going. Photo after photo slid from the front of the stack to the back, leaving my fingers a little tacky with the faint residue from the glossy coating. Trees, rocks, sky, the campsite from different angles, a close-up of the disposable camera itself, taken in a moment of boredom. Its plastic body weirdly meta now that I was looking at it from the outside. Then, somewhere around the middle, I turned one over, and the pattern broke. The picture in my hand was not of trees, or rocks, or my own awkward attempts at composition. It was of me. I was lying in my sleeping bag, the familiar synthetic fabric pulled up to my chest. My head was tilted slightly toward one side, pressing into the pillow. My hair was flattened and damp against my forehead, spiking in odd directions. My eyes were closed, lids slack, lashes a darker smudge. My mouth was open, just enough to show the hint of teeth, the angle unflattering and completely unguarded. The inside of the tent filled the background as clearly as if I were still in it. I could see the seam where the wall and ceiling met, the small mesh pocket hanging limp with nothing in it, the corner of my backpack looming just behind my shoulder, half zipped. The angle of the shot was a little high, as if whoever had taken it had been kneeling or crouching right beside me, leaning over to frame my face and upper body. The flash had blown out the colors, turning my skin an unnatural, almost sickly white. The shadows were harsh, cut in segments, under my jaw, in the hollow of my throat, in the folds of the sleeping bag. The whites of the tent behind me glared. For a second, my brain refused to accept it as anything but some kind of mistake. A trick of light, a double exposure, something. Then I turned to the next photo. It was me again, still asleep, but closer. The framing had shifted. The shot started somewhere around my chest and ran up toward my face, filling the frame. The angle was lower, more from the level of my knees, as if the camera had been held just above the zipper of the bag pointing up. In this one, the flash had caught just at the edge of my closed eyes, leaving a faint, unnatural gleam at the lash line, as if something reflective were trapped beneath the lids. My expression, if you can call it that, was the kind you only see on yourself when you catch a glimpse in a mirror completely unprepared, vulnerable, half slack, deeply human in a way nobody ever intends to show. The tent around me was narrower in the frame, the fabric closing in. The backpack was no longer visible. Instead, I could see the blur of what might have been the zipper track of the door, out of focus at the very edge. The sense of proximity was overwhelming. Whoever had taken that photo had been close enough to touch my face, close enough to whisper in my ear without raising their voice, close enough to see my chest rise and fall with each breath. My fingers spasmed. Both prints slid out of my grip and flared briefly in the air before slapping down onto the table, one half covering the other. The sound they made was small, but in the quiet apartment, it was sharp as a dropped plate. For a moment, I honestly thought I might fall out of the chair. My body went light and heavy at the same time. I reached blindly for the edge of the table, fingertips jamming painfully into the wood, anchoring myself. My vision tunneled, the edges of the room blurring while the two glossy rectangles in front of me remained in brutal focus. The apartment suddenly sounded wrong. The ticking of the cheap wall clock over the kitchen doorway became a metronome, each second landing with an exaggerated click that echoed in my ears. The fridge compressor kicked on again with a low, grinding rumble that made my chair vibrate faintly. The AC unit in the living room clicked and wheezed and began to blow, the internal fan whirring in a way that sounded too much like distant static. Outside, in the parking lot, I heard a car pull in. Tires hissed on the wet pavement, Headlights swept across my blinds, painting pale bars of light across the wall and the ceiling. A moving pattern that, for a split second, made the printed images on the table seem to move too, like I was watching a breathing version of myself trapped on glossy paper. I stared at those two photographs, at my own sleeping face, my own helpless body, from the vantage point of my safe apartment, and felt the same cold awareness rise up that I had tried to drown all weekend. Someone had been inside that tent with me, close enough to aim, close enough to focus, close enough to capture me the way you capture a stranger you think will never know you looked. I do not know how long I sat at the table just staring at those two pictures. At some point, the clock ticked its way past another 15-20 minutes. The fridge cycled again. A neighbor's door opened and closed out in the hallway. A siren wailed faintly somewhere far off, then faded. All of that real life went on around me, while my brain tried to push what I was seeing into some box it could live with. The first box I reached for was the easiest one. I must have done this to myself. Maybe I had set the camera up on something inside the tent and tried to use some kind of makeshift timer. Maybe in that weird time between being awake and asleep, I had picked it up and hit the shutter without remembering. Maybe I had wanted proof I was actually out there alone and then forgotten that impulse as soon as I drifted off. Did I do this? I said aloud, my voice sounding thin in the apartment. Did I set the timer and forget? Except disposable cameras like that do not have timers. There is no countdown, no blinking light. You have to be behind them to press the button. You have to look through the viewfinder, or at least point them in the right direction. You have to be awake enough to know that your finger is moving. I searched my memory for anything like that. Any fragment of me fumbling with the plastic in the dark, trying to frame myself. There was nothing. The last clear moment I had in that tent before those photographs would have had to be taken was of lying rigid on my side, staring at the door, waiting for the world to go back to normal after the flash. The next box my mind grabbed at was the prank box. Maybe a ranger came in, I thought. Some bored night shift guy, making sure the site was okay, decided to mess with me. Some drunk neighbor, some kids. I tried to run that version in my head. A ranger unzipping my tent, stepping in while I slept, leaning over me with my own camera in his hand. The idea did not make it better. It made it worse. You do not reassure yourself by picturing strangers standing over you while you are unconscious, even if you give them badges and uniforms in the scene. Besides, I knew what the zipper sounded like in the middle of the night. I had lain there and tracked it in the dark, followed it with my breath. I had been awake for every noise. You cannot unzip a tent door all the way, step inside, kneel, take 2 photos from different angles, and leave again without a sound, unless the person inside is completely gone. I was not. Another thought. Double exposure. Maybe the film had overlapped somehow. 2 scenes melted into one. Trees and my sleeping face layered. But the prints were clean. The lines were sharp. There was nothing ghosted over anything else. No faint second picture bleeding through. Just those 2 single, unambiguous, awful moments. The more explanations I tried to invent, the more they demanded from me. Each one required me to ignore something I knew, that I had no memory of anyone being there, that I had been awake for the worst of that night, that my tent only ever opened when I opened it, at least as far as my conscious mind was willing to admit. I flipped the stack back and forth a few times, checking the sequence as if the order might help. Trail, trees, campsite, fire, shadow, then me. Then after those two, a few more shots of the second day, the hike, the viewpoint, the cigarettes on the ground that I had not noticed yet. The sleeping photos sat in the middle like a splice from another movie. On the back of one, in faint blue print, was the Walgreens lab code and the date. Nothing more. No hidden note. No proof that anyone at the store had touched anything beyond feeding the film into the machine. I turned the envelope over, as if the answer might be written there. It was not. Just my name, the roll number, and a barcode. No metadata. No timestamps. No taken by field where I could plug in any name but my own. At some point, without really deciding to, I stood up so fast, my chair scraped backward and almost tipped. I jammed the sleeping photos back into the envelope with the rest, grabbed my keys, and headed for the door. The drive back to Walgreens the next day felt different than the first. The weather had cleared, but the sky was still low and flat, a dull lid over everything. I could not remember hitting half the turns. The envelope sat on the passenger seat again, lighter this time, as if something had drained out of it, along with my sense of humor. Inside the store, everything was the same. Same squeaky tiles, same chemical smell, same music-free loop of advertisements on the PA. Diane stood behind the photo counter, sipping from a travel mug, her eyes on the computer screen. She looked up when my shadow fell across the counter. Recognition flickered. "Forgot something?" she asked. I did not ease into it. Subtlety felt pointless. "Can I ask you something weird?" I said. Her mouth twitched. "We get a lot of weird," she said. "Go ahead." I slid the envelope across the counter, tapped it once. "Is there any chance someone here could have taken extra photos on my roll? Like as a joke or something? Between when I dropped it off and when I picked it up?" Her expression changed by degrees. The initial politeness cooled a little, replaced by that wary look people get when they think they are about to be accused of something. "We don't do that," she said, voice flatter. "The machine just processes what's already on the film. We don't add pictures." "But you load the camera into the machine, right?" I pressed. "Is there any way someone could have, I don't know, opened it, taken a couple shots, wound it back?" She cut me off with a short, incredulous huff. "No," she said. "You open it. You ruin the roll. We're not allowed to mess with customer film. Company policy." She gestured over my shoulder toward a sign I had never really noticed before, taped to the back wall. Black letters on white paper, already curling at the corners. "No personal photography equipment behind counter. Employees only." Another smaller sign beneath it added, in smaller type, "Violation may result in termination." "And we're on camera back here," she added, nodding up toward a little black dome in the ceiling. "So if you're suggesting someone took your stuff and played around with it, that'd be..." No. There was a thin layer of irritation under her tone now. Not anger, just that tired pushback of someone who has dealt with too many customers blaming them for whatever they cannot explain. I felt my shoulders sag. "Okay," I said. "Sorry, it's just, there are some shots I don't remember taking." "That happens," she said, a little more kindly. "People forget. They double tap. Half the roll is blurry feet. You know, She pushed the envelope back toward me with 2 fingers, already turning slightly away, back toward the safety of her screen. I thanked her anyway, because that is what you do, and walked out into the gray afternoon with the envelope feeling heavier again. Back at the apartment, the place felt smaller. The walls seemed closer. The windows felt thinner. I locked the door, slid the deadbolt across, and still did not feel entirely sealed in. I sat at the table, took a breath, and slid the photos out again. This time, I did not shuffle through the whole stack. I went straight for the two that mattered, pulling them out and laying them side by side under the yellow circle of the overhead light. From a normal distance, they were horrifying enough. 2 frames of me asleep, helpless. But now I wanted to see what I had not wanted to see the first time. The edges, the corners, the little parts your eye skips over when it is busy recoiling from the obvious. I brought them closer until they took up almost my entire field of vision. The glossy surface reflected the light above, making it hard to focus on the darker parts. I shifted them, angled them, trying to kill the glare. In the first image, there was nothing much in the margins beyond tent wall and fabric. The line of my sleeping bag, the pale triangle of my face. My attention kept getting dragged back to my own mouth, slightly open, stupidly vulnerable. I forced myself to look away from the center, to trace the frame like a border. Nothing, just folds, shadows, nylon. The second photo was tighter, closer, less tent, more me. The sleeping bag filled the bottom half of the frame, a shiny synthetic river running up the picture. My chest, my chin, my closed eyes. The flash had caught details I never would have thought to notice. The faint crease in the corner of my mouth, the way one strand of hair crossed my forehead, the subtle indentation where the bag's zipper pressed against the fabric. I followed the edges. Along the left side, tent wall, slightly out of focus. Along the top, more of the same, a curved line where the ceiling bent. Along the right, darkness, the border where the light fell off. At the very bottom right corner, where the sleeping bag dipped down toward the edge of the picture, something interrupted the curve. It was small. So small that on a casual glance, it just looked like a darker patch, a shadow. But up close, under the bright kitchen light, held at just the right angle, it had shape. A strip of fabric, darker than the sleeping bag, running vertically along the frame. The texture of it, even in grainy print, looked different from the nylon. Denser, softer, like cotton. The stitching, what little I could see of it, ran horizontally, not following the lines of the bag. I had seen that kind of fabric before. Once, through a windshield, twice from a distance. Faded, dark, pulled over the shoulders of a man who sat very still in a car that did not belong in a campground. A hoodie, that same dull, hungry black. My throat tightened. I brought the photo even closer, the paper almost touching my nose, the chemical smell of the print filling my lungs. The glossy surface caught the light and threw it back at odd angles. In the reflection, tiny highlights danced. One of them, right at the curve of the sleeping bag near that vertical strip of hoodie fabric, caught my eye. It was no bigger than a pinhead, a bright, round glint on the plastic sheen of the bag. On its own, it could have been anything. A wrinkle catching the light, a bit of dust in the emulsion, a tiny imperfection of the printing process. But once I had seen it, I could not unsee what my brain was trying to make it into. A small, circular spot of white, surrounded by darker shading, spherical, not flat. Positioned exactly where, if someone were leaning in from that side of the frame, their face just barely out of view, one eye might catch the edge of their own flash and bounce it back toward the lens. I pulled the picture back, then closer again, as if changing the distance would change what it was. The glint stayed. The strip of dark fabric stayed. My own sleeping face, oblivious to both, stayed. I could tell myself it was the flash reflected in the curve of the bag. That was the easy answer. Light hits plastic, bounces back. End of story. But if you have ever stared at something too long in a dim room, you know how your brain starts to add depth where there is none. That glint became a pupil. That bit of shading, a socket. That strip of fabric, a shoulder. The idea lodged in my head like a splinter. The photographs were not just of me. Somewhere just outside the frame, someone else existed. They had leaned in close enough that a part of them had slipped in by accident. A fragment of hoodie, a hint of reflection, a suggestion that the camera had not been hovering there on its own. I sat there under the humming kitchen light, both photos in my hands, and felt the apartment tilt slightly. The refrigerator kicked on again. The AC unit in the other room clicked, then began to push lukewarm air. In the parking lot below, a car door slammed, and footsteps crossed the concrete toward the stairwell. The sound of them coming up, thud, thud, thud on the steps, felt suddenly louder than it had any right to be. That was the moment it fully shifted for me. The weekend was no longer just a bad trip with some unnerving noises and a creepy guy in a car. It was a set of documented moments where my life had been observed, framed, and captured by someone who cared enough to press the shutter twice. Someone whose presence left just enough of a corner in the frame to remind me that they had always been there, just barely out of sight. After the photos, my life did not fall apart in some cinematic way. I still went to work. I still answered emails. I still sat in traffic on I-5, staring at the same rear bumpers, listening to the same talk radio hosts argue about the same nothing. From the outside, nothing had changed. Inside my apartment door, everything had. Before the trip, the deadbolt had always been enough. I would twist it, feel the solid clunk, and forget about it. The chain lock above it was one of those things my landlord had probably installed to make the listing sound more secure. I had never actually used it. After I saw those photos, the chain might as well have been the only thing holding the door in place. The first night, I attached it just in case. The metal slid along the bracket with a soft rasp, then settled into the slot with a tiny, decisive clink. When I stepped back and looked at the door, the difference was barely visible. A thin line of silver across wood, but my brain latched onto it like a lifeline. I did not stop there. Every night became a ritual. Turn the deadbolt. Tug the doorknob twice to make sure it really caught. Slide the chain in. Slide it back out. Slide it in again. Listen for the exact sound it made when it was fully seated. Check the peephole even if I had not heard anyone in the hall. Sometimes I would put my palm flat against the door, feeling its cool, painted surface, as if I could sense any pressure from the other side. In the bedroom, I started paying attention to things I had not cared about before. The laptop on my desk had a tiny, glassy eye above the screen. I had seen people joke about covering theirs online, but it had always felt paranoid to me. Now I tore off a small piece of masking tape and pressed it over the lens, smoothing it down until no light could creep around the edges. My phone, which used to live face up on the coffee table, now spent most nights flip screen down, cameras pointed into wood. Sometimes, when I set it aside, I would angle it so neither front nor back lens pointed directly at me, as if that made any difference. None of that made me feel safe. It just made it slightly harder to imagine all the ways I might not be. The first few nights after Walgreens were the worst. I could not bring myself to sleep in the bedroom. The bed, with its wide surface and open sides, felt too exposed, too similar to the way I had looked on glossy paper, laid out, easy. Instead, I ended up on the couch in the living room, half sitting, half lying, TV remote in hand like some useless talisman. The couch sagged in the middle from years of cheap foam giving up. The cushions smelled faintly of detergent and stale popcorn. I would stretch out with my head propped on one armrest, a blanket over my legs, and turn the TV on to something I had seen 100 times. Old sitcom reruns. Cooking competitions where nothing bad ever happens beyond a fallen souffle. The volume stayed low. I did not want it loud enough to drown out the world, just enough to keep silence from swallowing me. The laugh track from the shows bled into the background, turning into a kind of static I could hide behind. The apartment at night had its own soundscape. The fridge in the kitchen made a short, high-pitched beep every time I did not close it hard enough. After that, the motor would kick in with a low, vibrating growl, the inside light flicking off. The AC unit on the wall had a temper. Sometimes it would rattle when it started up, the metal casing buzzing until I smacked it with the heel of my hand. Upstairs, my neighbor walked back and forth in his bedroom at strange hours, his footsteps thudding dully through the ceiling. Sometimes it sounded like he was pacing in a straight line. Sometimes, like he was wearing shoes and testing how hard he could come down on each heel. The hallway outside my door carried its own parade. A door closing softly, and then another down the hall, closing harder. Voices murmuring too low to catch words. The squeak of the laundry room's latch as someone went in or out. The occasional distant bass thump of someone's music turned up too high for a minute before they remembered they had neighbors. Before, those had all been apartment noises. The vague, communal soundtrack you stop hearing once you get used to it. Now, every one of them had context. Every footstep in the hall made me think about gravel outside a tent. Every door latch clicked like a zipper. I started keeping the remote clutched in one hand and my phone in the other, screen dark, thumb hovering over it anyway. Sometimes I would mute the TV just to listen. It always felt like there was one more sound I had not identified yet. One thread woven through the whole tapestry connecting the campground to my second-floor unit. One night, about a week after I got the photos, I dozed off on the couch without meaning to. It was late. I remember the host of some cooking show explaining the rules of a challenge in a calm, overproduced voice, my mind wandering as contestants chopped onions and seared meat. My eyes burned. The ceiling fan above me turned slowly, blades cutting the air with a soft, repetitive whoomp. I must have drifted. When I came back, it was the wrong way. You know those awakenings where something pulls you up instead of you deciding to get up? It was like that. No dream, no context, just a hard snap from nothing to everything. The apartment was quiet. The TV was still on, but the show had rolled into commercials. Muted images of smiling people holding up pills and fast food. The sound was down so low, I could only hear the faintest murmur. The room was lit mostly by the TV's shifting colors and the dim glow from the kitchen, where I had forgotten to turn the light off over the sink. My heart was already racing when I woke up, like I had been running in my sleep. A thin layer of sweat cooled on my neck. The blanket had slipped halfway down, exposing my arms to the air. For a second, I did not move, just lay there with my head tilted toward the TV, eyes not really focusing on anything. Something had woken me. That certainty sat in my chest heavier than my own weight. As I lay there, not breathing, I realized my ears were already straining. They had been working before I was fully conscious, reaching for the sound that didn't belong. The fridge was quiet. The AC was between cycles. Upstairs, no one moved. The hallway outside was still. And then, as if my brain had been waiting to replay it with the rest of me awake, I heard it again. Click. Soft. Clean. The sound was small enough that if the TV had been any louder, it would have vanished into the noise. It was not a crack, not a pop. It didn't have the hollow resonance of plastic falling or wood knocking against wood. It was that same neat little sound my memory had pinned to the night in the tent. The depression and release of a button, a micro-mechanical action. If you have ever taken a photo on a phone in a perfectly quiet room, you know the noise I mean. That tiny artificial shutter sound some models still play. A digital imitation of a real thing. My head snapped up so fast my neck hurt. I looked first at the far corner of the living room, where my laptop sat closed on the desk, its tape-covered camera safely blind. Then toward the hallway, leading to the bedroom and bathroom. Nothing but a strip of dark carpet and the outline of doors. I twisted around on the couch, scanning the sliding glass door to the tiny balcony. Locked, blinds drawn. The kitchen window above the sink, closed, latched. The little red light on my router blinked quietly in the corner, oblivious. "Hello?" I said, before I could stop myself. The word landed flat in the apartment, barely louder than the tick of the clock. No reply came from the hallway. No neighbor stuck their head out to say they were sorry for the noise. No pipe knocked in response. The only answer was the fridge deciding, apparently at random, to kick back on with a shudder, startling me hard enough that I almost laughed. The fan blades overhead continued their slow rotation. The TV cut to another commercial, colors shifting across the quiet room. I sat there, pulse pounding, staring at the empty air in front of me. It could have been anything, some reasonable part of me insisted. The heater expanding, the fridge contracting, the remote slipping slightly against the table. A sound from another apartment bleeding through the walls at just the right frequency to feel close. It did not matter. The problem was not proving whether the sound had been a camera. The problem was that my brain had already filed it next to a flash through thin fabric and a pair of prints from Walgreens. It sat there, labeled with the same word in thick, permanent ink, closer. I stayed up another hour after that, not because I wanted to, but because lying down felt like an invitation. Eventually, exhaustion did what logic could not and dragged me back under. The next morning, the living room looked the same as always, and there were no new photos on my phone. No evidence, beyond my own memory, that the click had happened at all. But from then on, when I sat on that couch at night, and the hallway creaked, or a neighbor's door latched, or a car rolled into the lot outside, I did not just think about gravel by a tent. I started thinking about how many ways there are for someone to stand close to you, unseen, and take your picture without you ever knowing, until the moment you finally decide to look. It took a few days for life to pretend it was normal again. By pretend, I mean, I still showed up to the office on time, I still badmouthed deadlines in my head while copying numbers into spreadsheets. I still nodded through small talk in the break room and laughed at memes coworkers slid across the open floor like offerings. On the surface, I was just another tired person under fluorescent lights. It was a Tuesday, I think. Sometime after the Walgreens thing had settled into that awful stage where it no longer felt like an emergency, just a private nightmare I carried around in my chest. The office was doing its usual midday routine. The air smelled like burnt coffee and reheated leftovers. Microwave lasagna, leftover curry, something that might have been fish and should not have been. The overhead lights hummed with that soft, insect-like buzz that only becomes noticeable when you are trying to think about something else. Around noon, the Slack pings started slowing as people wandered to the break room. Chairs creaked. Someone laughed a little too loud at a joke. The copier chattered in the background, spitting out reports nobody wanted to read. I took my lunch to my desk, a sad sandwich, a bag of chips, a can of sparkling water I was trying to pretend I liked. My monitor glared back at me with an open spreadsheet, cells waiting for numbers. My brain wanted anything else, so I picked up my phone. Part of me was trying to do what normal people do, reclaim the camping trip as a story, not a trauma. Show a couple of waterfall shots to the guy in the next cube. Say something like, "Oregon is wild, man," and let it become just another weekend anecdote. I opened the Photos app. The gallery tiled itself in neat little squares, each one a tiny window into something that felt more innocent than the present moment. Trees, the trail, the mossy rock, a blurry picture of my own shoe, a close-up of whatever I had eaten the week before. I flicked my thumb upward, scrolling back through the last couple of weeks. The thumbnails jumped and rearranged, each one a tiny flash. I slowed when I hit the camping dates. There was the shot of the campsite from the car, a picture of the river near the trail, a selfie, my face partly in shadow, looking more tired than I remembered. All the expected stuff. And then, in the middle of those neat, predictable squares, my brain snagged. One thumbnail did not match the rest. It was dimmer, more interior. The color palette was wrong for the woods, softer, beige and gray instead of green and brown. For a second, I thought it was an old photo I had forgotten, something from months back that I'd accidentally jumped to. I tapped it. The image expanded to fill the screen, and the world around my desk dropped away in stages. It was me, at home. I was lying on my couch, the same sagging one I had been half living on since the trip. I recognized the ugly pattern on the cushions, the small tear in one seam where stuffing poked out like exposed bone. My head was turned slightly to the side, pressed into the armrest, mouth slack. My hair was a mess, flattened on one side. The old t-shirt I was wearing, faded, with a peeling logo from some college event, was rucked up a little at the waist, just enough to expose a slice of skin above my pajama bottoms. A thin throw blanket was draped over my legs and midsection, twisted as if I had moved in my sleep. One edge had slid halfway to the floor. My right arm lay along my torso, fingers curled loosely. My left arm trailed off the side of the couch, hand empty, palm facing up. The room around me was dark, but not fully. I could see the faint glow on the wall opposite the TV, the particular rectangle of light and color that only comes from a paused menu screen. In the top corner of that reflected glow, the red letters of the Netflix logo were just barely visible, blurred but unmistakable. Whoever had taken the picture was standing behind the couch, up near the back. The angle gave away their position. The camera was tilted slightly downward, like the person holding it was looking over me, framing the shot with my limp body as the focal point and the living room as the silent background. For a few seconds, my brain tried to claim ownership. Maybe I had propped the phone somewhere and set one of those timer modes and then forgotten. Maybe I had done it as some joke to myself, a "look how rough this week was" snapshot. But the body in the photo did not look posed. There was nothing conscious in the way my arm hung off the couch. My face was not arranged for any camera. It was slack, unattractive, vulnerable. This was not how you want to be seen, even by yourself. My thumb moved almost on its own, tapping the information icon at the bottom. The photo slid up slightly, revealing the timestamp. 2:41 a.m., taken a little over a week ago. The date yanked something loose in my memory. I had a flicker, then, just a moment from that night. Not a clear scene, more like a sensation. The weightless feeling of being half awake, knowing I was on the couch with some show droning in the background. The awareness of my eyes being too heavy to open. The coldness of the apartment air on my arms. And underneath that, like a sound heard through a dream, a tiny, neat click. At the time, my half-sleeping brain had shrugged it off, filed it under apartment noises. Fridge, heater, remote shifting, something harmless. Somewhere between the couch and my bed, I had let it go. Because that was the other thing. I remembered falling asleep on the couch that night. I remembered waking up in my bed the next morning, confused for half a second about how I had gotten there. I had assumed I had moved in a fog, muscle memory walking me down the short hallway, lying me down. But according to my phone, at 2:41 a.m., I had still been on the couch, out cold, and someone had been close enough to lean over the back and take a photo. Sitting at my desk, surrounded by the soft clatter of keyboards and the low murmur of coworkers' conversations, I felt like I had been punched in the sternum. The breath went out of me in a short, silent exhale. I locked the screen by reflex, the image shrinking and vanishing, replaced by a black pane and the faint reflection of my own face. My heart hammered against my ribs, out of proportion to how still I was sitting. "Hey, you good?" a voice asked from the next cube. I forced myself to look up. Sarah was peering over the divider, a yogurt in one hand, spoon in the other, eyebrows raised. "Yeah," I said, amazed at how normal my voice sounded. "Just thought of something I forgot to do." She smiled sympathetically. "Same," she said. "Story of my life." Then she disappeared back behind the partition, the small sound of her spoon scraping the container drifting over. As soon as she was gone, I unlocked my phone again. The photo waited right where I had left it, that frozen version of me lying there with my mouth open. My thumb hovered over the trash can icon. I did not press it. Instead, I zoomed in. The resolution was not great. Phone cameras do weird things in low light, but it was good enough. I could see the individual fibers in the couch fabric, the faint texture of the wall, the blurry Netflix logo on the reflected patch of light, the outline of my own jaw, slack and uneventful. I dragged the frame around the edges, searching for any sign of the photographer. A shadow in the corner, a reflection in the TV, a distorted silhouette in the glass of a picture frame on the wall. Anything. Nothing obvious stared back. Whoever had taken it had been careful, or lucky. They had stood just out of view, close enough to reach, but not close enough to catch their own face in any reflection. When my eyes landed on the timestamp again, floating under the picture, 2:41 a.m., the click from that night slid into place like a puzzle piece. In my apartment, that was the hour I lived between worlds. Too late for traffic, too early for neighbors going to work. The time when the building hallways were usually empty, the stairwell silent, the vending machine humming alone downstairs. The time when, if someone had a key, or knew how to slip a lock, or did not care about either, they could move through those spaces without much chance of being seen. After work, when I got back to the apartment, I went through the motions of checking everything with the same ritual intensity as before, but with a new kind of disbelief. I ran my fingers along the doorframe, looking for splinters or scratches. Checked the plate where the deadbolt slid in, searching for new marks. The chain still moved in its groove smoothly. The screws were tight. There was no sign of force, no warped wood, no disturbed paint. The windows were all latched. The balcony door was locked. The blinds hung straight. Nothing inside looked moved. No couch cushions out of place beyond what I would have done myself. No drawers open. No objects missing. The locks had done their job, as far as wood and metal were concerned. I sat on the arm of the couch and looked at the spot where my own head had been in the photo. The distance from there to the back of the couch was nothing, barely a foot. The distance from the back of the couch to the hallway was a few steps. From the hallway to the front door, a few more. If someone had stood there at 2:41 a.m., holding my phone in their hand, framing me in the pale TV light, they would have been close enough to hear every sound I made in my sleep. Close enough to see the little twitch in my eyelids. Close enough to notice the way my chest rose and fell, and I had not woken up. I thought about the tent again, the flash, the photographs from Walgreens, the man in the silver sedan, the cigarettes by the rock, the one careful step on gravel. If someone can stand inside your tent without waking you up, I told myself, staring at the empty room, a couch is not much of an upgrade. That was the first time I truly understood that the distance between the middle of nowhere and home is not about miles. It is about how easy it is to convince yourself that you are safe, because the locks came pre-installed and the walls are painted a friendly beige. It is about how long you can go without asking a very simple question. How many times has someone been close enough to touch you, and you only found out because they wanted you to see what they saw? There is a point where pretending you are fine stops being sustainable. For me, it arrived on a Wednesday afternoon when I found myself staring at the photo of me sleeping on the couch for the 8th time that day. The numbers 2:41 a.m. burned into the inside of my skull, and realized I was more afraid of doing nothing than I was of sounding insane. I did not jump straight to the police. I should have, probably. But, hi, I went camping and someone took pictures of me asleep, and now I think they were in my apartment. Did not sound like a sentence that would get me anything but a report number and a polite shrug. The ranger station felt like a smaller step, familiar ground. I still had their brochure folded in a drawer. I still had the number. I called from my apartment, sitting at the tiny table where I had first spread out the Walgreens prints. It was late afternoon. Light from the parking lot bounced up through the blinds, turning the room a dull yellow. My phone felt heavy and too warm against my ear. The line rang twice, then 3 times, then clicked. For a second, I heard nothing but a wash of static and distant wind, and I thought the call had dropped. Then a man's voice came through, slightly tinny, underscored by a faint crackle of radio chatter in the background. "State Park Ranger Station, this is Alan," he said. I recognized the cadence. It might have been the same guy who checked me in, or someone who had learned to talk like him. Hi," I said. My throat felt dry. "My name is Andrew. I camped there a couple weeks ago. Site 27 on Loop 3. There was a pause as he processed this. Somewhere behind him, a door banged shut, and someone murmured something into a radio. A squawk of static answered. "What can I do for you, Andrew?" he asked. I had rehearsed what I was going to say, but all the words suddenly sounded ridiculous in my head. I was not ready to talk about Walgreens, or the photos, or my couch. I picked the part I thought would sound least like a delusion. I wanted to ask if you guys ever figured out anything about that silver sedan," I said. "The one you mentioned at check-in. I saw it a couple of times while I was there. It kind of..." I hesitated, searching for a word that was not stared. "Weirded me out." On his end, papers rustled. A radio somewhere in the background crackled out a string of numbers. "Oh," he said, tone shifting slightly. "Yeah, we've gotten a few reports about that. Guy sleeping in his car, coming back into the campground after hours, not paying. That ring a bell?" I pictured the dull gray shape at the edge of the trailhead lot, the man's eyes through the windshield. "Yeah," I said quietly. "That'd be him." "We've seen the car on the entrance cam a few nights," he went on. "We've sent the plate number to the state troopers, but unless he's caught doing something more than trespassing and skipping fees, there's not a whole lot we can do. It's annoying, but it's not, you know." He let the word hang. Crime. He meant crime. "But you've had complaints?" I asked. I could hear the thin edge in my own voice and hated it. He let out a breath that fuzzed the speaker. "Some folks say he creeps them out. One camper said he thought the guy was watching him from the car. One family reported hearing someone walking around their site at night. We've upped patrols." A pause. "You have something specific you want to report?" This was the opening. I could have said it then. I could have told him about the zipper, the flash, the prints of me in my tent. I could have told him about the Walgreens photos and the cigarette butts. Instead, I heard myself edit everything down to something bloodless. "I just felt like he was watching," I said. "I saw him a couple of times, and then I heard about the reports and I don't know. I thought maybe you'd know who he is." Another pause. I could picture him on the other end, in that wood-paneled little office, looking at the monitor with the entrance feed. "Well," he said carefully, "I can't give you personal info, but we know the vehicle. It's on our radar. Like I said, plates with the troopers. We've posted notices. If he's caught, he'll be cited, maybe banned from the park. Beyond that," he trailed off. The implied, "we can't babysit every scared camper," sat between us. "I saw a printout on your desk when I checked out," I said, surprising myself. "A still image, silver sedan, at night. Was that from the entrance camera?" He did not answer immediately. When he spoke again, his voice had that slightly guarded tone people get when they realize they've left something out in the open they did not plan to explain. "Yeah," he said slowly. "We pulled some frames from the gate camera. Timestamps, vehicle shots. Helps us show the troopers what we're dealing with." Another small pause. "We're not really supposed to send those out to folks, though. Liability privacy, all that. So, I can't email you anything if that's what you're asking. I wasn't, I lied. I just wanted to know if you saw anything odd on the camera. On the other end, I heard a chair creak and faintly a radio voice saying something about a downed tree on a trail. He must have turned away because when he spoke again, his voice came back slightly muffled, like he was half facing the screen. From the angle we've got, he said, almost to himself, it looks like he's got something up to his face when he drives in. Not a phone. Bigger. Maybe a camera. But it's grainy. Hard to say. The words landed one by one. Something up to his face. Not a phone. Bigger. Maybe a camera. I thought about the way he had sat in that car at the trailhead, hands resting on the wheel, eyes fixed forward. At the time, I had not seen anything in his hands, but from a high angle under infrared, a black rectangle near his face might blend into the rest of the shadows. He takes pictures while he's driving into the park? I asked. Could be, the ranger said. Could be binoculars. Could be he's vaping for all we know. Like I said, it's not crystal clear. He sighed. Look, if you feel unsafe, you can always file a report with your local PD about what you experienced. The more paper trails, the better, you know? But on our end, until we catch him doing something we can charge, he's just a nuisance. I thanked him anyway, because that's what you do when someone is as helpful as their job description allows them to be. He told me to have a good one, and we hung up. The call ended, but the phrase did not leave. Something up to his face. I put the phone down on the table and just stared at it. The kitchen light hummed above me. The fridge coughed and resumed its constant low growl. Outside, a car rolled past in the lot, bass thumping faintly through its closed windows. A camera at his face going in. A camera at my face in the tent. My own phone at my face in my living room, without my hand holding it. The line connecting those points was thin, but once drawn, it did not erase. I went to work because I had to. I answered emails. I nodded through a meeting. People talked about weekend plans and sports. I caught myself flinching whenever someone's phone camera flashed in a meme, as if the light could burn through the screen. By the time I drove home that evening, the sky had gone a flat blue-black. Streetlights flicked on in synchronized rows. The complex lot was half full, headlights crisscrossing as people jockeyed into spaces. I parked in my usual spot and killed the engine. For a moment, I just sat there, listening to the tick-tick-tick of cooling metal and the faint noise of a TV from a neighboring unit. The hallway inside smelled like someone had cooked something with onions and then tried to cover the smell with floral spray. My footsteps thudded dully on the carpet runner. A door somewhere down the hall closed with a soft click. My own door looked the way it always did. Beige paint, brass knob. The deadbolt and chain exactly where I had left them that morning. I slid the key into the lock, turned it, heard the familiar clunk. The chain, which I leave latched from the inside when I'm home, hung slack now, obviously. I unhooked it and pushed the door inward. Something crunched softly under the bottom edge as it moved. I stopped, stomach tightening. The gap between the door and the frame widened, letting in a strip of the apartment's dim interior, the outline of the table, the arm of the couch. I looked down. There, just inside the threshold, on the hallway carpet, where my sneakers always left a faint, dirty arc, was a cigarette butt. It had been stubbed out hard enough that the end was flattened, filter slightly crushed, paper browned and split. A thin semicircle of ash clung stubbornly to the blackened tip. It lay there like it had been placed, not dropped. The air around it carried the thinnest trace of stale smoke, just enough to cut through the hallway's attempt at smelling like artificial lavender. My building has signs on every floor. No smoking in hallways. Violators will be fined. The kind of rule people ignore sometimes, sure, but I had never seen a butt left like that, right in front of my door, dead center in the narrow strip between the jambs. I felt my heart start to hammer again. My first insane thought was that it might somehow have come with me, stuck to my shoe. But the imprint in the carpet was clean. No smear, no scuff. It had been extinguished there, right where you would stand if you were waiting for someone to open the door. I picked it up with 2 fingers, the paper still faintly oily, and carried it to the kitchen trash. The act felt pointless and necessary at the same time, erasing evidence and acknowledging it in one gesture. The rest of the apartment looked unchanged. The chain was where I had left it, hanging uselessly on the inside. The windows were closed. The couch was the same mess of blankets and cushions. No drawers open. No items obviously missing. I told myself someone had broken the no smoking rule and chosen that exact spot out of a whole hallway for no reason that had anything to do with me. I told myself that, and then I sat down at the table, opened my laptop, and saw the new email in my inbox. The sender line was wrong. No name, no address I recognized, just a blank field, which I did not know was possible. The subject line, though, was very clear, sitting there in black text like a grin. Nice place, better than a tent. There was no body in the message, no attachments, no signature. Just that single sentence, floating alone. My hand hovered over the trackpad, cursor resting over the trash icon, over the report phishing option, over the view details button. I did not click any of them. Because in that second, with the faint taste of smoke still in the back of my throat, and the memory of a ranger saying, "Maybe a camera," echoing in my ear, I realized something I probably should have known from the moment I picked up the Walgreens envelope. I was not the one who had decided this story was going to keep going. At some point, I should move, stopped being a thought, and became a tab open in my browser. It started small. Craigslist listings, apartment finder sites, map views with little red pins. I told myself I was just seeing what was out there, seeing what it would cost to trade my thin door and blind hallway for something with cameras and key fobs and a parking garage instead of a dark, open lot. The night I found myself filtering for secured entry, gated access, and on-site management, I admitted I was not just browsing. I was looking for somewhere I could convince myself this would not follow me. The process of moving is its own kind of haunting. You do not realize how much of your life you've left scattered around a place until you have to pick it all up. My apartment turned into a maze of cardboard boxes and half-disassembled furniture. The air filled with the sound of packing tape screaming off its roll. That high, tearing rip that always feels 1 decibel too loud. I wrapped plates in newspaper, the ink coming off on my fingers. Books thudded into boxes in uneven stacks. Novels, old textbooks, camping guides I pretended not to notice. The camping gear, when I dug it out of the closet, smelled faintly of pine and damp nylon. The tent was still stained with a faint ring of dirt from Site 27. The sleeping bag, when I unrolled it for a second, made my stomach flip. The inside looked too much like the photos from Walgreens. I rolled it back up fast and jammed it into a trash bag instead of a moving box. The cooler went next, into the hallway dumpster with a hollow plastic bang. The stove, the lantern, the collapsible chair, all of it followed. I told myself it was because I did not camp enough to justify hauling it to a new place. The truth was simpler. I never wanted to zip up fabric between myself and the world again. In the end, I kept exactly one thing from that trip. The Walgreens envelope. It lived in the top drawer of my bedroom dresser, under a layer of socks. I thought about throwing it away more times than I can count. I even held it over the trash once, the weight of the prints stretching the paper slightly, the top edge opening just enough that I could see a corner of shiny photo paper peeking out. But I could not do it. Destroying the only physical evidence that any of it had happened felt worse than keeping it. If I got rid of those pictures, the whole story would collapse into something I could laugh off as anxiety. And some small, stubborn part of me needed there to be proof that I'd not imagined all of it. So the envelope stayed. Everything else that touched that weekend went out. The new place I found was across town, in a building that advertised secure entry in bold letters. A glass front door with a keypad, cameras in the lobby and in the garage. A manager who actually lived on site instead of visiting twice a week. The rent was higher than I wanted, but I did the math and added up what I thought peace of mind should cost. It did not balance, but I signed anyway. Move-out day was circled on my wall calendar, like a deadline I was both dreading and desperate for. In the last week before it, the apartment became more boxes than furniture. The bed frame came apart. The mattress leaned against the wall like a dead, upholstered door. My couch wore a belt of ratchet straps. The kitchen cabinets went bare, the empty shelves making the place feel like a stage set waiting for different actors. I saved my bedroom for last, partly because it was the smallest room, partly because I did not like being in there much anymore. The photos had made sleep feel like a performance I'd been tricked into. The night before the moving truck was scheduled to come, I stayed up late, sorting through the last of my clothes and the random detritus that accumulates in drawers. Old receipts, cords for devices I no longer owned, a hotel pen, the Walgreens envelope, which I moved from the dresser drawer to the backpack I planned to carry myself. By 1 a.m, the bedroom was stripped down to its bones. The mattress was on the floor. The dresser stood empty, except for a roll of socks and dust in the corners. The closet yawned open, hangers rattling slightly whenever I walked past. The air felt thinner, as if the walls were already forgetting me. The door to the apartment was locked. The chain was on. I had checked both 3 times before midnight, hand on metal, listening to the clunk and slide like some mantra. In the living room, the ceiling light was off. I left only the kitchen light on, its rectangle of brightness spilling just far enough into the hallway that I did not need to turn on anything else to walk between bedroom and sink. The sounds of the building were the same as ever. The AC unit coughed itself awake and sighed itself back to sleep. The fridge in the kitchen clicked and hummed, its motor working harder now that there was less food inside to hold the cold. Somewhere down the hall, someone's TV played the muffled soundtrack to a crime show, the percussive notes of an opening theme bleeding faintly through the walls. After midnight, the traffic outside died down. The lot below my windows went mostly still, just a few cars glinting under the yellow lamps. When an engine did pass, the sound glided by quickly, more distant than on weeknights. Around 12:30, I gave up on being productive and decided I at least deserved a glass of water. I stepped out of the bedroom, bare feet whispering against the thinning carpet. The air in the hallway felt cooler than the bedroom, touched by the draft that slipped under the apartment door. I could see the door itself from where I stood, a pale rectangle at the far end, framed by shadow, the chain a tiny dark line in the middle. The kitchen light cast a bright patch over the counter and sink. I went in, took a glass from the last cabinet that still had something in it, filled it from the tap. The water ran with its usual hollow rush, echoing slightly in the emptier room. I turned it off. Silence folded back in. On the way back out of the kitchen, I passed the front door. That was when I heard it. A soft, dry rasp right at floor level. The sound of something stiff and light sliding over the carpet, pushed from the other side. Not the heavy buck of the door itself, not the clink of the chain, just a whisper of contact. I froze mid-step, one hand still holding the glass halfway to my mouth. For a long, thin second, the only thing I could hear was the rush of my own heartbeat in my ears. Then very faintly, I became aware of the sounds beyond the door. The low hum of the vending machine at the far end of the hall, its compressor wheezing, and nothing else. No footsteps, no murmur of voices, no doors opening or closing. The chain was on. I knew that, but my body went cold anyway. I set the glass down gently on the kitchen counter, forcing myself not to slam it. Then I walked toward the door, each step deliberate. The patch of light from the kitchen thinned as I moved away, turning the entryway into a pocket of shadow, pierced only by the dim overhead fixture in the hall beyond. I stopped a foot or so back from the door and looked down. In the narrow gap between the bottom of the door and the carpet, there was nothing. No shadow, no suggestion of movement. If someone had been standing on the other side, their feet were far enough back that I could not see them, or they were gone already. I waited. 10 seconds. 20. The vending machine hummed on, its little fluorescent display glowing unseen around the corner. The building creaked once as it settled. Somewhere, on a lower floor, a toilet flushed, a distant, hollow rush that faded quickly. Nothing else. I stepped closer, close enough that I could put my ear against the painted wood. I did, cheek brushing the cool surface, listening for the subtle scrape of cloth, the shift of weight on the other side. Silence. The kind that carries all the tiny noises you usually miss. The faint rushing of air through vents. The nearly inaudible tick of the hallway light fixture. My own breath, embarrassingly loud. I pulled back and looked down again. Something white peeked out from under the door, just barely. A corner of paper, the edge pressed flat by the door's bottom. For a moment, my brain supplied the most normal explanation it could. A flyer. Management slipped them under doors all the time. Notices about pest control, fire alarm tests, water shutoffs. Even in the middle of the night, though. Even when the office had been closed for hours. The chain was still latched. I slid it out of its slot with a small metallic sigh and opened the door slowly, hand tight on the knob. The hallway on the other side was empty. The wall lamps cast their usual sickly yellow cones along the beige walls and gray carpet. The vending machine at the far end of the hall buzzed and hummed, its front glowing with the promise of cold soda and candy. The red exit sign above the stairwell door bled color into the air. No doors stood open. No footsteps retreated around the corner. The air felt thick, undisturbed. I could have stepped out, looked both ways like you do when you cross a street. Instead, I just lowered my gaze, On the floor, centered neatly in front of my threshold, lay a plain white envelope, standard size, no name written on it, no address, no stamp. The flap was tucked in, but not sealed. The paper unmarked, except for a faint smudge near one corner, like it had picked up dirt from someone's fingers or the floor. I stood there with the door half open, staring down at it, the cool air from the hallway brushing my bare ankles. It would have been simple to bend, to pick it up, to open it right there with the vending machine's hum in my ears as some gross soundtrack. Instead, I backed up a step and pulled the door mostly closed again, leaving it open just wide enough to reach my hand through. I grabbed the envelope between two fingers and slid it inside, then shut the door all the way, twisting the deadbolt, sliding the chain back into place with shaking hands. Only when the door was closed did I look again at what I was holding. No name, no return address, no corporate letterhead, just my own faceless dread reflected in the small, innocuous rectangle of paper, soft at the edges from being pushed under, heavier in my hand than it had any right to be. I did not even realize I was holding my breath until I heard myself let it out in a shaky rush. The envelope felt warm from my fingers by the time I walked it to the table. I set it down like it might move on its own, then went back to the door and did what my body insisted on doing before anything else. I turned the deadbolt. The metal thunk was louder than usual in the half-empty apartment, echoing off bare walls and open doorways. I slid the chain into its bracket until it caught with that soft, final clink. Then I tugged the knob twice, hard, as if brute force could reassure me more than the sound had. The door did not move. The chain held. Only then did I go back to the table. The apartment was between sounds. The fridge had just finished a cycle and gone quiet. The AC unit was resting in whatever limbo counts as off, but not really. The TV was unplugged, coiled cables hanging where the stand had been. The only light came from the kitchen fixture, casting a yellow cone over the table and leaving the corners of the room in shadow. I sat down. The chair creaked under my weight. For a second, I just stared at the envelope. It was the same ordinary white as every bill and junk flyer that had ever come through that building, unremarkable except for the hour and the manner of its arrival. My name was not on it. Nobody's was. I slipped a finger under the flap and lifted. The paper gave with a soft tear, not sealed, just tucked. Inside, something slid against something else, that dry, whispering shuffle of glossy surfaces rubbing together. I pinched the contents and pulled them out. 3 4x6 prints slid into my hand, slick and cool. The photo paper felt exactly like the Walgreens batch. Same weight, same faint chemical smell when I brought them closer. No borders, full bleed. My stomach was already tightening before I turned the first one over. The image hit me with a strange double disorientation. It was like looking at a security camera still of my own life. There I was, lying on my couch in this apartment. Not the abstract idea of me, the real me, the exact sag of my shoulders, the same old t-shirt, the same cheap blanket bunched over my legs. The TV in the shot was off, screen a black mirror on the far wall. Instead of that familiar rectangle of flickering color, the room was lit by a softer, fixed glow. The kitchen light. You could see it spilling in from the left side of the frame, throwing a warm yellow cast over the living room. The angle was what made my pulse spike. It was almost identical to the one from the photo on my phone. high and slightly behind me, looking down over the back of the couch. The line where the cushion met the armrest cut diagonally across the lower part of the image. My head rested just beyond it, turned toward the TV stand, mouth slack, eyes closed. But this shot was wider. You could see more of the room, more context. The coffee table in front of the couch, bare except for a remote and an empty glass. The doorway to the bedroom in the background, the door itself standing half open, a slice of darkness making a vertical stripe in the frame. And on the chair by the table, positioned just within view, was a single, familiar object. The Walgreens envelope. It sat there on the seat, white against the dark fabric, slightly puffed in the middle from the stack of photos inside. I recognized the smear of blue ink where my last name was scribbled in the corner. The implication was simple and vicious. Whoever took this picture did it after I already knew about the tent photos. My fingers went numb. For a few seconds, the world narrowed to the small rectangle in my hand. The chair beneath me, the table under my forearms, all of it blurred. It was like the photo had reversed roles with reality. This was solid, and everything else was the ghost. I set the first print down carefully on the table, face up, and picked up the second. This one was closer. Too close. My face filled almost the entire frame. The shot had been taken from a few inches above my head, angled down. Whoever held the camera had leaned in. The detail was obscene. You do not expect to see yourself like this, under this kind of scrutiny. Every stubble hair along my jaw was there, uneven and shadowing. The pores on my nose stood out under the harsh, direct light of a flash. A faint sheen of oil on my skin made my forehead shine in a way that looked almost feverish. My eyes were shut tight, lids creased, lashes casting delicate dark fans. The flash had driven shadows deep into the hollows under my eyes, making me look bruised or exhausted, or both. My mouth was closed this time, lips relaxed, corners turned down slightly, as if I had been about to frown in my sleep. The background was out of focus, but not gone. Behind my head, blurred into bokeh, the frame of the living room window was visible. The curtain was mostly drawn, but a narrow slit gaped at one side where the fabric did not quite meet. Through that slit, a thin blade of white-orange light cut in, street light from the parking lot below, filtering up past the glass. That detail, stupidly small as it was, nailed the time down in my head. This was not taken in the middle of the day. This was night. Late. The kind of hour when that streetlight was one of the only things still insistently on. I could not keep holding the close-up. It felt like staring into the eyes of a corpse that happened to be wearing my skin. I set the second photo down beside the first, both of them staring back up at me. Two versions of the same unconscious man, unaware. My hand hovered over the last print for a long moment. I already knew, in some wordless place under my ribs, that this one would be worse. You do not send 3 photos to someone like this and make the third one a relief. I picked it up anyway. This one was taken from outside. You could tell instantly. The whole image had that slight haze you get when you shoot through glass. The angle was from the side of the building, looking into my living room window. It was a perspective I had never seen before, because I had never stood in the parking lot at that height, looking up and in. I had always been the one inside, looking down and out. The blinds were partially open in the shot, tilted just enough that someone could see between them without being easily seen themselves. Through that narrow, jagged slice of white slats and darkness, my living room swam into view. The couch, my couch, the one sagging cushion, me on it again, stretched out on my side, blanket over my legs, one arm draped across my torso. The TV, a black mirror on its stand, reflecting nothing but the faint shape of the coffee table. The kitchen light was on, casting that now familiar yellow glow across the room, picking out the edges of furniture, the curve of my shoulder. And layered over all of that, etched onto the surface of the glass like a second exposure, was the reflection. The person taking the picture. The camera had caught them in the act, using the window as both barrier and mirror. Their figure filled the left side of the photo, slightly warped by the glass. They were wearing a dark hoodie, hood up, the fabric forming a loose shadow around their head. The sleeves obscured their arms, but you could see one elbow bent, hands raised. The camera they held was centered over their face, blocking it completely. A black rectangle with a lens glinting just enough to show it was real and solid. Their fingers curled around it, one index finger on the shutter. The posture was professional, practiced, not someone fumbling with a phone for a quick prank shot. Someone who knew how to frame. Even with the hood and the camera, you could make out hints of features in the reflection. The lower half of the face, the curve of a cheek, the suggestion of a mouth. Not enough to make an ID, just enough to prove there was a person there, not some trick of light. Behind that reflection, if you looked through it instead of at it, the parking lot floated in reverse. Dim shapes of cars lined up under the lamps, smudged outlines, distorted by the glass and the angle. Most were unremarkable blobs of white and dark. But off to the side, in the upper corner of the reflected section, one shape stood out, a sedan, light-colored. The paint caught the lamp in a way that turned it into a smeared metallic gray. The details were fuzzy, but the profile was familiar. The particular slope of the rear window, the curve of the trunk. You could argue it was any car. Lots of people drive silver sedans. Lots of cars park in lots under streetlights at night. That would be the sane, reasonable argument. Or you could accept the version my brain presented without asking my permission. He had parked where he could see my window. Then he had walked up to the building, found the exact angle that let him look in and see the couch, the light, me. And he had taken at least one picture with his reflection in it on purpose. I realized my hands were shaking only when the edge of the photo rattled against the tabletop. I set it down with the others. All three lined up like evidence in some trial I did not remember agreeing to. In the first, I was asleep in my own living room, an envelope of nightmare resting on the chair beside me like a prop. In the second, I was magnified, every flaw on my face under a stranger's flash. In the third, I was distant, framed in my own home, while the person who had done all of this finally stepped into the shot. They had taken the thing I thought I had, a vantage point, and flipped it. I had looked at the sedan from a distance, at a man in a hoodie behind a windshield, and thought that was distance. That the gap between us meant something. Now I was staring at a printout of my own life from the angle he must have loved most. Outside the glass, close enough to see inside, far enough to walk away without a trace. The envelope itself lay limp on the table beside the photos, empty and ordinary. Somewhere down the hall, the vending machine compressor kicked on with a groan. The sound traveled under the door and through the room, low and mechanical, and completely disconnected from the fact that I was sitting in front of 3 glossy pieces of proof that for weeks now, someone had been composing shots of me like I was the landscape and he was just waiting for the light to be right. For a while, all I could hear was my own body trying to convince me it was still alive. My ears rang, a dull, constant pressure like I had just come up too fast from underwater. My heartbeat crowded into my throat, each pulse thick and ugly, as if it was trying to force its way out past my teeth. My hands went cold first, then my arms, like someone had turned down the temperature from the outside in. The apartment, stripped down to bare walls and boxes, felt like a hospital room between visiting hours. Too bright in one corner, too dark in the others. The 3 photos on the table might as well have been monitors, flat white screens recording some patient's decline. Then the fridge kicked on. It was such a simple sound. Compressor jolting to life, motor grinding, air beginning to move through coils. But in that moment, it sounded like some machine in an ICU restarting, deciding on its own that the quiet had gone on long enough. The clock on the microwave glowed in the dark. 2:17 a.m. I looked at it, then at my phone sitting face down on the table, then at the door with its perfectly ordinary lock and its perfectly ordinary chain. The urge to dial 911 crawled up my spine. My thumb twitched toward the phone, then froze. What was I going to say? Hi, someone slid an envelope under my door. And it had photos of me in it, sleeping. Okay, sir, and what is happening right now? Nothing. I'm alone. It happened earlier, or sometime I don't remember. No weapon in the frame, no plate clearly visible, no full face, no active threat I could point at and say, he is here now. Just glossy proof that someone had been close to me again, closer than anyone had any right to be, and had chosen to let me know on his own schedule. I could already hear the careful calm in the dispatcher's voice. The questions. Have you seen anyone outside? Have you checked your door? Any signs of forced entry? Have they threatened you? The subtle shift into, we'll file a report, instead of, we're sending a car right now. I'm not saying I should not have called. Maybe I still should have. I'm just telling you what won out at that table at 2:17 a.m. Embarrassment, doubt. The knowledge that I feel watched does not fit neatly into a checkbox. So instead of calling anyone who could actually do something, I did what I am doing now. I decided to tell a horror channel. I moved, because that is what everyone says you should do when something feels wrong. Change your environment, break the pattern. I got out of that building as soon as the lease and my bank account would let me. I found an apartment in a place with cameras in the hallways, cameras at the front door, cameras in the garage. The lobby has a key fob panel. The elevator requires a code after 10 at night. There's a manager's office right off the entrance with a real person inside most days, not a locked door with a taped up number. I changed my phone number, not because I thought he had it, but because I could. I changed the route I take to work, stopped using the freeway exit that passes the Walgreens, where Diane printed my first set of nightmares. I changed where I buy groceries. I started going at weird hours, slipping in and out with retirees and shift workers instead of the same crowd every evening. I bought heavier curtains. On paper, it looks responsible. Textbook. Trauma response turned into a checklist of actions. New place, new locks, new patterns. People would tell you, I took back control, like that is something you can do once someone has stood within arm's length of you while you were unconscious and decided how you should look forever. But here is the part I need you to hear. The part that does not fit cleanly into the "and then I was okay" shape we like our stories to take. None of it actually fixed the thing that keeps me up. In the new apartment, with its thicker door and nicer paint and discreet black half-spheres in the ceiling corners, I still end up on the couch more often than the bed. Old habits rot slowly. The couch is newer, the fabric less stained, the cushions firmer. It faces a different wall now, a different TV. There's a different fridge hum 2 rooms away. The AC unit is central instead of a rattling box. The sounds, though, the pattern of them, that is the same. The building lives on a rhythm. The AC fan spins, then cuts. The fridge cycles. The elevator cable whines briefly as someone comes up late. A neighbor runs water, their pipes hissing through the wall. Outside, cars pass in little clusters, then not at all for a few minutes. There is always this moment, sometime after midnight, when all of that stutters and stops at once. The AC reaches its target temperature and shuts off. The fridge has just finished a run. Nobody in the units around me happens to open a faucet or flush a toilet. Outside, for whatever reason, no car is passing in that exact 10-second window. The elevator is quiet. The noise level drops from normal city low to nothing. It is never for long, just a few breaths. Just long enough for my body to suddenly remember another kind of silence. Tent fabric barely moving, tree branches still, a campground holding its breath right before a flash. In those pauses, lying on a different couch in a different building, I can almost feel the ghost of white light behind my eyelids. My brain supplies it even if my eyes are open. It paints branches on the ceiling, ribs, the outline of someone on the other side of glass. I do not develop film anymore. It sounds stupidly simple, but I made that rule for myself. No more physical photos. No more places where pieces of my life can be fed into a machine and come out in someone else's hands first. I stopped using photo labs. I stopped buying disposable cameras. The Walgreens envelope lives in a box in the back of my closet in the new place. Not because I want to look at it, but because I can't stand the idea of anyone else finding it in a trash bin. I back up my pictures digitally now, like everyone else. Cloud storage, passwords, 2-factor authentication. It feels safer, but only if I do not think too hard about how many cameras watch us that we never see, mounted on poles and ceilings and dashboards. When I sit down to send this story to the channel, I take out the photos and lay them on the table again. The tent, the couch, the window, the reflection of a hood and a camera where my own face should have been. It has been long enough that the edges have curled a little, the paper remembering that it once wanted to be flat. Here is the truth I have to end on, whether you like it or not. I do not know how many more there are. I do not know if he only kept the ones he sent me, a curated set like some insane portfolio, or if there are dozens, maybe hundreds of others spread across boxes and hard drives. My face at different angles, my body in different rooms, me in parking lots, in grocery store aisles, standing at my own window with the blinds half open, sleeping, half-dressed, unaware. I do not know if I walked past him last week in a lobby and did not recognize him without the car or the camera. I do not know if I have sat 2 rows away from him at a movie. I do not know if he moved on to another subject years ago and I am just one folder in an archive labeled with dates and locations, nothing more. What I do know is that you probably have photos of yourself sleeping too. Cute ones, a partner, a friend, a kid snapped them while you drooled into a pillow or hugged a dog. You probably laughed when you saw them. You probably texted them back with some joke, or you posted one with a caption about Sunday naps or caught slipping. That is normal. That is what the camera is supposed to mean. Trust, affection, inside jokes. But if you ever scroll through your gallery one day and find one that does not fit, one you do not remember anyone taking, one where the angle feels just a little too close, a little too high, a little too much, like someone was standing over you instead of next to you, just remember I told you this story. Remember that thin fabric is not the only thing that can fail between you and whoever is holding the camera. The locks on your door are fabric. The routines you trust are fabric. The idea that someone has to want to hurt you in order to want to keep you on film, that's fabric too. Right now, you are probably hearing the same things I am as I say this into whatever mic I can afford. The hum of an AC or a fan, the low grind of a fridge, maybe distant traffic, maybe the upstairs neighbor's footsteps. You might be in your bedroom, phone propped up on your chest. You might be on your couch, TV on mute, lights half off. At some point tonight, all of that noise is going to stop at the same time for a few seconds. It will not mean anything. Machines cycle. People pause between movements. That is what I tell myself. In that little pocket of silence, if you hear a soft, crisp click from somewhere just past where you can see, from the hallway, from the balcony door, from behind your headboard, you will have to decide in a heartbeat what you believe. Was that just the house settling? Or did someone just decide you look better with your eyes closed?